All right, welcome everyone to the Lincoln City Council meeting of August 1st, 2022. In accordance with LB 898, please be advised that a copy of the Open Meetings Act posted to the back of the chamber by the northwest door. We're going to pause for a second until our microphones come on.
There we go.
There we go. We'll start again. Welcome everyone to the Lincoln meeting. Thank you, Mr. Carey. The Lincoln City Council meeting of August 1st, 2022. In accordance with LB 898, please be advised that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted at the back of the chambers by the northwest door. Let us all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a brief period of silent meditation. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The order of the business of the City Council is as follows. The clerk will call the items listed on the agenda. Under public hearing, anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The council shall require any member of the public desiring to address the council to identify themselves, the name of an organization or group, if any, including an address, that you may be representing, unless the address requirement is waived to protect the security of the individual. The applicant may then make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, and whether you are speaking in favor or in opposition to the item. Testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. After all public hearings, the council will vote on resolutions listed and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for the date nor planned for a future agenda. Will the clerk please call the first item of business? And Madam Clerk, actually, before you do that, I'll just state that we're going to be going through our regularly scheduled agendas, items, and then on the back end of that, be addressing items relating to the budget, just so folks are aware of where we are going to be going through certain items. We'll start with our regularly agended items, and then we'll attack budget later on. Madam Clerk.
Okay, for our council meeting on Monday, August 1st, 2022, I'm going to read a quick notation. Immediately following the regular council meeting, there will be a public hearing on the 1 and 6 year street and highway program, the mayor's recommended 2022-24 operating budget and capital improvement program of 2022-23 through 2027 through 28. Okay. On our regular city council agenda, first up would be our consent agenda, sections 1 and 2.
Is there anyone here to speak on any agenda item? Seeing none.
Okay, we can now vote on this item. Item 2A was introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you.
Seconded by Washington. Madam Clerk.
Raybold?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Shob?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Next up is section 4, our ordinances, third reading and related resolutions. I'll be calling item 4A, approving the agreement for lease termination between the city and Lancaster County School District 001, Lincoln Public Schools, to terminate the use by Lincoln City Libraries for lease space for a joint media center library located at Arnold Elementary, 5000 Mike School Street, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Any discussion? Okay.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4B is amending the pay schedule for a certain employee group by adjusting the schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the city of Lincoln whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by N, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Shob. Discussion? All right, very good. Please call the roll.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4C is amending the pay schedule for a certain employee group by adjusting the schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the City of Lincoln, whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by A. Introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Shob. Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4D is amending pay schedule for a certain employee group by adjusting the schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the City of Lincoln, whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by C. Introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Discussion? Roll, please.
Raybold.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4E, amending the pay schedule for a certain employee group by adjusting the schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the City of Lincoln, whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by B. Introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4F, amending the pay schedule for certain employee groups by adjusting the schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the City of Lincoln, whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by F. Introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Shob. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Washington.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4G, amending the pay schedule for certain employee groups by adjusting the schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the City of Lincoln, whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by X. Introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4H, amending pay schedule for certain employee group by adjusting the schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the City of Lincoln, whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by E. Introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Shob. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4I, amending pay schedule for a certain employee group by adjusting schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the City of Lincoln, whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by W. Introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Washington.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4J, amending the pay schedule for the employee group whose classifications are assigned to the pay range prefixed by the letter W by creating the classifications of Employee Engagement Division Leader, Talent Acquisition Division Leader, Total Rewards Division Leader, Human Resources Information Systems Analyst, and Chief Communications Officer, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4K is amending the employee group whose classifications are assigned to pay range which is prefixed by the letter W to change the title of Human Resources Coordinator to Senior Human Resources Business Partner, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Shob. Discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Raybold.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4L is amending the pay schedule for the employee group whose classifications are assigned by the pay range which prefixed by the letter W by changing the title and pay range of Class 1320 from Risk Manager in pay range W02 to Risk Management Division Leader in pay range W03, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Shob. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Bowers.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 4M is amending pay schedule for a certain employee group by adjusting the schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the City of Lincoln whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by M, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Okay, that concludes section 4. Section 5 is our resolutions first readings, our items 5A through 5G. Section 6 is ordinances first readings and related resolutions, our items 6A through 6L. Section 7 is our pending list date certain, item 7A. Section 8 is our pending list, item 8A. Concludes our regular city council agenda.
I motion that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Raybold, seconded by McGinnis. Madam Clerk?
Raybold.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Yeah, what's out?
Okay.
In the back. Open meeting.
We just go to the next meeting. Thank you. We'll now go ahead and start our second portion of our city council meeting. This is going to be our budget portion.
Madam Clerk, do you want to read your little blurb about the budget presentation or not? The notice of the time and place? I don't know that we need to. Just
I can
curious if
read.
you intended to.
I can read it into the record. So, budget presentation, notice of place and time of this budget hearing and summary of the proposed budget statement was published at least 4 calendar days prior to the date set for the budget hearing. The publication date in the Lincoln Journal-Star was July 26, 2022. Any member of the public desiring to speak on the proposed budget statement is allowed to address the City of Lincoln City Council at today's hearing and will be given a reasonable amount of time to speak. Items 9A through 9S and item 10A in the following sections relate to the fiscal year 2022-24 budget and will be called as a package for the purposes of presentation and testimony.
All right, so I'll make some announcements here, and then we'll have items called into the agenda, and then we'll start off with Mr. Heaton here. So I'll call to order this public hearing on the proposed 2022-2024 city budget. We will have a presentation on the budget followed by public testimony. The order of business for testimony will be as follows. If you wish to speak, you must sign in. If you do not wish to speak, you do not need to sign in. You can only sign in for yourself. If you are using StarTran in order to get home, please indicate that on the sign-in sheet. Sony, do we have a sign-in sheet out front?
Yes.
Out front in front of the chambers if you have not used it so far. Speakers will generally be called in the order in which they are signed in. However, those using public transportation may be called before you in order to expedite their journey home. All of the budget items will be called as a package. To allow everyone an opportunity to speak, you will have a maximum of 5 minutes to make your comments. Questions from city council members do not count as part of those 5 minutes. You may speak only once on the entire package. Please try to avoid repeating points made by other speakers. Please consider having a spokesperson if you are speaking as part of a group. Your group can always stand and be recognized if that's easiest. If you sign in but change your mind, you may take your name off the list. Any supporting letters and documents should be given to the city clerk. And if you have a cell phone, please go ahead and silence that, and please take any calls out in the hallway. Sony, could you please read the items into the agenda before we start with Mr. Heaton?
Yes. Section 9, Public Hearing Budget Resolutions. Item 9A, adopting the 2022-24 City of Lincoln Operating Budget and Capital Improvement Program, 1 and 6 year street and highway program. Item 9B, miscellaneous 22011, application of the planning director to adopt the proposed fee schedule for application reviews under Chapter 14.20, Title 26 and Title 27 of the Lincoln Municipal Code, and for amendments to the Lincoln-Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan for fiscal year 2022-23 and fiscal year 23-24, with an effective date of October 1st of 2022. Item 9C is amending Lincoln-Lancaster County Air Pollution Control Regulations and Standards, Article 1, Section 6, fees to update fees for required services to business and industry. Item 9D, approving the updated permit fees under LMC Chapter 5.41 salvage recycling and composting operations, including salvage recycling processing center, recycling center, consumer recyclables collection site, and commercial composting operations. Item 9E is approving the updated fees for opening burning permits under LMC Chapter 8.06 air pollution. Item 9F, approving the updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.08 body art establishments, including body art establishment permits, body art practitioner permits, and permit reinstatement. Item 9G, approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.14 child care programs, including plan review for new programs, certificate of compliance, initial and renewal, and reinstatement of suspended certificate of compliance. Item 9H is approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.20 food code, including food establishments, mobile food units, food catering services, temporary food establishments, restatement fees, and food handler and food manager permit fees. Item 9I is approving updated noise variance fees under LMC Chapter 8.24 noise control. Item 9J is approving updated fees for LMC Chapter 8.32 solid waste, including special waste permit fees. Item 9K is approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.38 public swimming pools, including swimming pool permit, new permit plan review, renewal, additional spa, swimming pool operator, and pool water quality tester certificate. Item 9L, approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 8.44 water wells, including water well construction permits, annual water well permits, water well repair permits, and variance applications. Item 9M, approving updated fees under LMC Chapter 24.38 on-site wastewater treatment systems, including construction and repair of on-site wastewater treatment systems, cleaner permits, installer permits, and development area reviews. Item 9N, approving updated permit fees under LMC Chapter 24.42 regulation of property transfers with on-site systems, including review of property transfers with on-site wastewater or water systems. Item 9O, approving updated permit fees under LMC Chapter 28.02, regulations for illicit discharges. Item 9P, establishing a new rate schedule for the Lincoln water system for purposes of covering operational and maintenance costs, including debt services and capital improvements program for fiscal year 2022-2023 and fiscal year 2023-2024. 9Q, establishing new rate schedule for the Lincoln wastewater system for purposes of covering operational and maintenance costs, including debt services and capital improvements program for fiscal year 2022-23 and fiscal year 2023-24. Item 9R, establishing a new rate schedule for the Lincoln solid waste system for purposes of covering operational and maintenance costs, including debt services and capital improvement programs for fiscal year 2022 and 2023 and fiscal year 2023-2024. Item 9S is a resolution to increase restricted funds authority by 1% of Nebraska Revenue Statute, Section 13.519. That concludes Section 9. Section 10, Public Hearing, Budget Ordinance, and any related resolutions. Item 10A is amending Section 8.32.150 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to provide for an occupation tax on refuse haulers.
All right, and just again, before we get started, in accordance with LB 898, please be advised that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted at the back of the chamber by the northwest door. Lynn Heaton, welcome.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. Good afternoon. Lynn Heaton, Finance Director, 555 South 10th Street, Vice Chairman Beckius, and council members. I do have a statement that we do need to read into the record, and after I've concluded that, I will turn it over to John Carlson, who will lead us all through a PowerPoint presentation. So, the public hearing on the 2022-2024 budget is today. However, the actual votes on the resolutions and ordinances will take place on Monday, August 22nd. For the record, I want to communicate how the City of Lincoln is in compliance with State Statute Section 13-506. This budget hearing is being held separately from any regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Lincoln City Council and is not limited by time. Notice of place and time of this budget hearing and a summary of the proposed budget statement was published at least 4 calendar days prior to the date set for the budget hearing. The publication date in the Lincoln Journal-Star was July 26th, 2022. Any member of the public desiring to speak on the proposed budget statement is allowed to address the City of Lincoln City Council at today's hearing and will be given a reasonable amount of time to speak. At least 3 copies of the proposed budget statement are available to the public and can be found in the hallway outside the council chambers. A presentation outlining key provisions of the proposed budget statement, including a comparison with the prior year's budget, will begin shortly, led by John Carlson. Any proposed City Council final budget changes will be submitted by 3:00 p.m. on August 5th and will be available on the budget website for public review. The City Council will discuss any proposed final changes on Monday, August 8th. A vote on those potential changes occurs August 10th. Proposals receiving at least 4 votes for approval will be brought forward on Monday, August 22nd, as amendments for council consideration and vote during final budget adoption. And now I'll turn the podium over to John Carlson, and John will lead us through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Heaton.
Okay.
Mr. Carlson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm John Carlson, 555 South 10th. I work in the mayor's office, but for the purposes of today, I'm part of the budget team that's been working with you and with city staff in order to put together the 22-24 proposed budget. As Lynn mentioned, we'll start off with just a quick glance at where we are. You can see that we've been working on this process for over 6 months. Today was the public hearing, Monday, August 1st. As Lynn mentioned, we have a couple dates coming up. Friday for any potential changes to be turned in. Next week, Monday and Wednesday for discussion and vote on those changes. And then that creates the opportunity for law and finance then to review those and prepare documents for your consideration on the actual vote day on the 22nd. And that gets us all done then in time for the next fiscal year to begin, which is September 1st, 2022. So today we have the budget hearing, another chance for additional community feedback that we've been working on this entire time. And let me kick it off with a brief overview of that proposed budget. Obviously, you know the details. We've been working hand in glove on it, but the folks here in the chamber and the folks watching at home, we'd like to give a chance to give them a little overview on it. The budget today contains several separate pieces, and as you mentioned, we're going to include them in a single presentation, invite feedback from the public, and then we have budget staff, myself, we have all the directors, some in the chamber, some in room 113, right next door, available for follow-up questions and additional information and conversations the council needs to have. As you know, these city budget investments together as a package are a very significant way that our entire community works together to decide how they want to invest their resources in order to fulfill their common vision. We use budget outcomes in order to sort of gauge our success on that. You're familiar with these. We see them every budget year, and they're reflected in the budget book that we use on as well. Any individual budget year obviously is meant to address the specific circumstances of that budget year or years, as this biennial budget does. But it's important, too, to recognize that it builds on the foundation of the budgets that have come before it, and particularly the 2 challenging years that we've seen in those previous budgets. Certainly, budget 2021, during the height of the pandemic, as you well know, that budget involved cuts, it involved hiring freezes, it involved purchasing delays in order to deal with the necessary needs of the pandemic, in order to focus resources on the things that families needed and business needed in order to deal successfully with the pandemic. Last year, fiscal year 21-22, was a budget involving recovery and renewal, now making strategic reinvestments to help jumpstart the economy, to make sure that businesses could safely reopen, and to make sure that employees and employers had what they needed in order to get our economy moving. And the fact of the matter is, when you look back at those, and the reason it's so important to do that, is that as a community working together, not just the city, but all of our partners, we saw success. Over the last 2 years, together, working, we made Lincoln one of the safest cities in the country. And it's a little bit maybe morbid to look at, but the fact is the fact. The data is the data. When you look at the mortality rates in Lancaster County versus the surrounding states and the rest of the country, Lincoln was an extremely safe place to be, and those choices were extremely important. The community response extremely important in keeping Lincoln a safe place to be. And one of the fastest places to rebound economically. Wallet Hub compared 180 cities nationwide, looking at their unemployment rate and their economic data. Lincoln finished number one out of 180 cities in their ability to rebound economically from the pandemic. So I don't mean to stand up here and crow, but I do think it's important for us as a community and as partners to recognize that hard work and those choices that we make are important, and we can see the results of those. One of the results that we've seen, as you well know, is record high housing construction and building starts as our economy has taken back off. We're seeing record high levels of building permits as well, both on the commercial side and on the housing side. That's enabled our economy to take off, been able to get people back to work, and to be able to spin off additional resources for reinvestment. So now in the budget we have now, we're looking to use those successes now that we've positioned ourselves as a springboard to propel Lincoln forward. We see our growing economy powered by those sound and strategic choices in those previous budgets. We see that record-setting pace of private sector building and development across all quadrants of the city. And we are engaged in a continuing commitment to hard work, innovation, efficiency, and customer service across all city departments and team members to make sure that we're living up to our end of that partnership. This particular budget, as I mentioned the ones before, has its own particular needs. What we see here are a continuing need to enhance public safety and health, our #1 commitment to the community, to continue to fuel that economic growth. Now's not the time to take the foot off the gas pedal, to provide that excellent customer service and make sure we protect the high quality of life, which is one of the major attractors we see when a new business or people want to move to Lincoln, is the high quality of life. To do that, we're going to do a package of investments. Again, some of these slides, the type is a little bit small, but they're all reflected in the budget insert that people have out in the hallway too. But together, the community is looking to invest $243 million in the first year, $253 million in the second year, to continue to provide the services, the programs, and the high quality of life and the economic growth that people desire. That is a modest budget growth in order to support our steady city growth. Again, as you look back on the 2021 budget, it's important to remember that that was a budget in which the actual proceeds were cut. So we think it's fair to look at the trend line over those 5 years. When you do that, you see that it's a steady growth of about 3.5% annually over the last 5 years, matching city growth, and again, enabling us to make those investments in infrastructure and programs and services in partnership with the private sector to keep Lincoln a growing and thriving community. Part of that, again, is a bit technical, that the additional 1% authority to support Lincoln's growth. By state statute, cities are automatically allowed to grow by 2.5%, but there are certain places across the state, and we're proud to be one of them, where people want to move here. They want to start a business here. Those new homes and businesses help expand our tax base, and they produce additional new revenues that then help to support the new services that they need. When we grow on the edge, we need new parks. We need additional police. We need additional fire. And so that growth helps provide revenues to pay for itself as the city grows. And the city council, by a vote of the city council, is able to authorize an additional 1%. And that's really important to be able to provide the city to be able to continue to grow at the rates that we've seen it grow and provide the resources that help that growth happen. As I mentioned before, public safety is the largest part of the 22-24 tax-funded budget. Police and fire together and their associated needs represent over 50% of that budget, and they do a great job with the resources provided. The sources of that revenue then, there are a variety of them, but they basically it's basically a three-legged stool. We have the sales tax, we have property tax, and then we have all the other combined smaller taxes and fees and intergovernmental transfers that make up the kind of three major parts of the pie that help fund, again, this same $243 million investment and $253 investment across the community. But I'd like to take a minute to talk about one of those funding legs in particular, which is the sales tax, because that's the one that we've seen really perform well in our community and is giving us some opportunities to do things that not every other governmental authority is able to do. As we mentioned before, sales tax is the single largest funding source for the city's tax-funded budget. In the budget we're looking at now, it represents 41%, so a little bit over the third. It's actually performing quite well. And I do want to take a second to talk about some of the community partners that we talked about. We do lots of work hand in glove with both LPS, Lincoln Public Schools, and with the county. Some of that work is done actually as joint departments, like the health department or the planning department. Some of it's done through interlocals, where we get together and we decide what the partnership's going to be. Some of those are merely just making sure that we align as we do our budget investments and that we do our work, so that the work that they do and the work that we do is not overlapping, it's not providing inefficiencies. In fact, quite the opposite. It's providing multipliers and additional benefit for the community. But when we do our work, we're able to collect sales tax. As the city grows, the city is able to collect sales tax. The county does not collect sales tax. Lincoln Public Schools do not collect sales tax. So as people are maybe looking at those other authorities and seeing the budget investments that they're making in any given budget year, they need to recognize that there's differences. And they're not doing anything wrong, the city's not doing anything wrong. We do things differently based on the funding sources that are available to us. So just an important distinction in some of the partners that we do work with. And what do we see on that sales tax? Well, this is an 18-year trend line that you can see. Lincoln benefits from having slow, steady, well-planned growth. We don't suffer from the boom and bust cycle that you see in some parts of the country. That's a great thing. It makes us able to plan, it makes us able to expand and grow in an orderly fashion. But you'll see an interesting thing there to the very right edge of the graph. Well, you'll see this jump off the trend line, significant jump off the trend line the last couple of years. And that's due to a couple of factors, but certainly the most significant one would be the federal stimulus. When the pandemic happened, economies slowed down, businesses closed, jobs were lost. The federal government stepped in and provided stimulus payments. We were able to use those. Some of those were directly to people, some directly to businesses, some of those were to municipalities, and we worked to get those resources out, working with the chamber and with our nonprofits here in town to make sure that people had those resources. And the fact of the matter is, this is another indicator that it worked, right? When the economy had slowed down, when that economic engine had slowed down, putting resources back into people's pockets and into their hands got them back into businesses, back into the things that they needed to purchase in order to drive sales tax and get the economic engine moving again. So we see that clearly in this movement off from the trend line. But our Sherry and Lynn and the other folks in our budget office, when they do their projections and their analysis on what's going to happen towards the future, they're also looking, as other states are looking, as the federal government is looking, towards global uncertainty in the future. They're looking towards other economic indicators. Certainly we wouldn't predict that a one-time federal stimulus investment would be happening all the time. So we're not predicting that kind of a lift in the graph that you see in the future. Instead, what the budget team has put forward then is a projection that it will return to that normal steady growth that we see here in Lincoln. But it is important to note, as I said before, where LPS and the county don't have that opportunity, we have that opportunity recognized in that one-time margin in this budget to make additional investments into our budgets, and some significant investments. One of those is because that one leg of the stool is performing so admirably, we're actually able to include a $1.2 million property tax rate cut in this budget. And the net effect of that is that Lincoln then, when you compare it statewide to the 15 largest municipalities by population, fares very well. Depending on whether you want to say we're the 4th from the bottom or the 12th from the top, the fact of the matter is we rank very well in terms of having a low property tax rate. We actually have dropped down from 11th in the ranking to 12th in the ranking with that property tax rate cut. We're also proud to say that the city makes very efficient use of the resources that the community provides to do the investments that they want. We receive 16% of that total property tax bill, so 16 cents on the dollar that gets paid in. And I believe that our teams are very efficient in turning that into the infrastructure investment, the services that grow our economy and grow our high quality of life here in Lincoln. So we're in the enviable position of being able to cut the property tax rate, and because of sales tax, still be able to invest in a growing community. So I'm going to take a minute here to run through some slides to kind of reflect what people have seen in the handout and what people can see in the budget book and online, are some of the investments that we'll be making for them with their resources back into their community. Solving the outcome of, or advancing the outcome of the health, protecting the health and safety of all Lincoln families, 6 additional Lincoln Firefighter paramedics, more funding for fire trucks and equipment, more funding for station rehabs and construction to make sure that we're able to do timely and access deployment, 5 additional LPD police officers in the second budget year, 2 additional dispatchers to make sure that when people call, they're connected quickly to the help that they need, 3 civilian employees that are helping free up uniformed officers that were doing some of that work to move back into operations. And we continue to invest in mental health crisis response and peer support programs, because in Lincoln, it's not just about the officers themselves, it's about how they work in partnership with local nonprofits, local medical societies, and the other resources in order to make sure that when people are in crisis, they receive the help that they need and are connected to the resources they need to resolve their crisis. Health department, significant investments. I'm sure we'll have more conversation about that. There's been some conversation, but they want to expand their community-wide home health visitation initiative that visits newborn families, newborn mothers with a licensed nurse in order to give them information and check in on them. More support for low-income dental services. We have 2 environmental health educators in this budget. One of them to work at hazmat, to work on reducing the risks associated with hazardous waste, and one of them to begin to address increased health risks that are due to climate change, heat, flooding, air quality, especially for our most vulnerable residents, seniors, new Americans, low-income folks. This would be part of a planning process that's led by the health department that's based on a national criteria called BRACE, which helps them work with nonprofits and other emergency services agencies to develop plans and develop resources so that when we see these higher heat days, they've thought about cooling stations or misting stations. When we see flooding, we have good plans for emergency evacuation. When we see air quality days, we have good ways to move people inside and find them resources that they need. So it's about planning to do the things we do in Lincoln to make sure that we're resilient. And last on this slide, we adding an animal control officer. Again, this factor we've talked about before. Lincoln loves their pets. 22% increase in pets in Lincoln since 2007. The good news there is that the additional increase in pets and licensings actually spends off those fees, and that animal control officer is actually paid for with the fees that come from the licenses from the cats and the dogs and the animals that get licensed. That's kind of my segue in license and fees then. Some of the things that we see on this agenda, a significant amount of the things we see within the budget package, are the fees that help fund those public health programs, not just animal control, but across a wide variety of areas. And those are all in a lot of different code sections. It's kind of an interesting artifact. In a couple of slides, I'll have the planning department who's doing some small and modest fee increases as well. They're all in one section, all in one table. But health has impact all across the community, and all of their different sections are in all different areas. So the reason you have 12, 13 different changes on your agenda is because they're in those different sections. There's no easy way to put them into one table. But there is guidance that health department uses when they set those fees. Their guidance is that the fees they do should fund most of their work required by those health codes. And in fact, 85% of that work is fee or grant funded. They have business and advisory committee feedback that tells them that what they'd like to see is smaller, steady increases year over year or every other year so that they can budget for that and accommodate that. And we'll see that in the planning department too. You've got links in the agenda to all the different sections that are in there, and health is available here if we need to do follow-up discussion. But just to give the folks in the room, the folks watching at home, kind of some examples. Generally, an average of 3% fee increase proposed in both fiscal years. To give you a sense of scale, air pollution emission fees up $2, 74 to 76 per ton. Restaurant permit, $4.20 to $4.30. You can see all these. There's actually no change in food handler permit, but small, modest changes, but important to provide for large outcomes into creating a safe and healthy city. Continuing on now with some of the more additional budget investments, certainly investing in economic development is very important in the things that we do. And one of the important ways that we do that, and I know that Jason and Bruce and some of the other chamber team are here today, and they'll talk a little bit later, but certainly the partnership that we have between the city and the chamber and the Lincoln Partnership for Economic Development is one of the driving ways that we help provide funding to do business recruitment, retention, workforce development, entrepreneurship support, and they're one of the big reasons why we're able to plan and create the growing economy that we see here in Lincoln. A new thing we have in this budget coming forward is we propose to add an economic development specialist to help do project management as projects come in through the city with a particular focus on affordable housing. We want to make sure that even though our teams do a good job, we want to provide yet an additional resource to be able to move people through the different city teams and departments to get the approvals and to get fast-tracked and back out the door. We continue to do work with our WIOA, Workforce Innovation Opportunity Services, and the American Jobs Center to make sure that Lincoln continues to have one of the lowest unemployment rates and we can connect workers to the jobs that they need and want. And then we've got a council proposal that was discussed previously at the about a month ago to transfer $1 million from general fund reserves in fiscal year 22-23 to the Fast Forward Fund, again, to help support business recruitment, retention, and expansion. And I'll pivot back just for a second to the record high housing construction, just to remind us all of the next slide, which is to talk about the planning department. Planning department is helping process all those permits and all those developments and all those great things that are coming in, helping to spin off additional resources. Again, this one, I can't make it big, but you can zoom in on it. In general, I wanted to put it up there though to give people a sense of the flavor of the scale. These are large projects, large developments. Someone brings in an entire housing project, so there may be a $1,000 fee that's going up to a $1,050 fee. So they're relatively modest increases and typically apply to larger developments that are able then to put them into the larger development costs. But it does provide the planning department additional revenue to continue to invest in their software and their technology upgrades to make sure that they're being efficient and accurate when people come in and we want to get those developments processed fast. And that's true across the board. Everywhere in this budget, you'll see that we're working to invest in customer service, building and safety. That applies to some of the planning work that we talked also. Chad's hiring additional plans examiners and electrical inspectors to make sure that when those come in, they're able to process them accurately and quickly. Barb McIntyre, our new HR director, is doing a great job modernizing our systems. You saw some of that in the votes that you took earlier today and changing structure and changing titles to make sure that she's modernizing so that we're able to attract top talent to the city team. We're adding a recruitment and retention manager in Barb's shop to help additionally with that. in Lynn Heaton's shop, budget analysts and payroll specialists to make sure that we're able to do the financial analysis that both the public and city staff and council need, and make sure that we have good transparency and people can see where the money's going and how it's flowing. And then some of these, and I guess budget can be a little bit that way too, but not today, but in other days, they can be a little bit back of the house. I think for folks that are just leading their normal lives and doing their ordinary jobs, they may not have a reason to interact with the city clerk or the purchasing office. But if you're a business needing a license, if you're someone running an event that needs an SDL, the clerk's office is very important and to be able to process those applications, and you may be able to add a team member to make sure that we're able to do that in a timely manner. Same with purchasing. You may not normally run into purchasing, but if you're a contractor that's trying to build a new street for Lincoln or put in new water lines for Lincoln, you can't wait around for bid documents, you can't wait around for contracts to get processed. You need team members that are on hand there to be able to process those and get them in and get them right back out the door. Time is money, and we want to respect that and do our part. And that's just some of the examples of the team that we feel is helping grow a safe and successful city. The point of this is to kind of show that how proud of we are of the fact that we have a very efficient team here in Lincoln. We are adding much needed team members in the budget this year, but even adding those team members, it's important to look at the historical perspective. You look back to 2006, and since then Lincoln's grown 53,000 residents. That's larger than the city of Grand Island. And despite that, the FTE numbers continue to drop year by year by year. And some of that is due to technology. Some of that, again, is due to new software, new machinery, and new opportunities to do work multipliers and force multipliers. We just want the public to know that we continue to look for every way possible in order to be efficient with the resources that they provide. And we think that, in fact, we can show that we're delivering for a great team. So I'd like to invite one of the leaders of one of our outstanding city team departments, Liz Elliott, up to talk a little bit more about the 1- and 6-year transportation plan and some of the infrastructure investments that we're making.
Thank you, John. I feel like this is a really bad intermission or something. But first, before we go into the LTU topics, I guess I'll step back. I'm Liz Elliott. I'm the Director of Lincoln Transportation and Utilities Department, and want to just start off by taking a quick minute to read a required state statutory notice about our 1 and 6 Streets and Highway Program, or what we consider our CIP. This public budget hearing, including the Lincoln Transportation and Utilities proposed budget and capital improvement program, fulfills the statutory requirements for the state of Nebraska's 1 and 6 year Streets and Highways program. Residents have 10 days from today to submit any statements or exhibits to Lincoln Transportation and Utilities. All statements and exhibits received on or before August 11th of 2022 will become part of this public hearing record. These statements should be forwarded to Tim Byrne, Transportation, 949 West Bond Street, Suite 200, Lincoln, Nebraska 68521. Now, just so everyone's clear, this is only for the transportation CIP. It is not the rest of the budget. Tim may be in over his head if we're going to him about planning or something else like that. But the state statutory requirement ensures that an integrated system of public roads is provided for the general welfare of the state, counties, and municipalities. The program is administered by the State Board of Public Roads Classifications and Standards. LTU's Transportation's Capital Improvement Program for the fiscal years 2022 through 2028 reflects an average annual expenditure of nearly $41.3 million. This average annual expenditure is comprised of city revenues, such as wheel tax, impact fees, the city share of gasoline tax, and general revenues, as well as federal aid and other funds. With that, because of our the state, the federal, and the local funding resources, we continue to make great investments into our transportation systems. And just to kind of highlight what we are investing over the next 2 years, in year 1, we're investing $42.58 million, and in year 2, we're investing $45.53 million for preservation, optimization, and growth projects that will improve existing streets as well as construct new ones here in town. Additionally, we'll have another $15.4 million in year 1 and $15.5 $15.7 million in year 2 from the Lincoln on the Move quarter-cent sales tax fund. So that's in addition to that 42.58 and 45.53. Oh, it's included. Sorry. Thank you for that. And then part of that as well is the $1.57 million in sidewalk funding in each year 1 and year 2. Kind of shifting in the transportation, we do also have $5.33 million in total capital investment in StarTran. And kind of as a reminder, 87% of the StarTran funding comes from federal funding. The general revenues that we do receive, as well as a contract that we do have with the University of Nebraska, that is used to leverage our federal funding. We can't spend $1 of federal funds if we don't have that local match to match with that federal dollar. And what we're looking at doing for capital investments for StarTran is we're looking at route modifications to improve service and on-time performance. We're also looking at fare adjustments to increase ridership and promote affordability. And we're also looking at new and replacement paratransit vans, 2 additional operators for our paratransit services, as well as bus stop improvements for increased rider safety, convenience, and fuel savings. And I want to take just a few minutes to address the fare discussion and the fare analysis that we did. There's been a lot of ongoing community conversation about fare levels and what's appropriate for the StarTran services, including fare-free or zero fare. As part of our Transit Development Plan, or our TDP, we conducted a fare analysis to determine the impact of zero fares. The analysis included hearing from our customers and what they want. And the pie chart in front of you here on the left is the fixed route riders response. And as you can see, our fixed route riders, I will get this yet, are fairly evenly split. About 45% wanted us to do additional investments in service enhancements, while about 55% wanted us to invest in maintaining free fare. The table on the right is our paratransit riders, and it's a little more divided on our paratransit, where 67% of our paratransit riders wanted us to invest more in improving services, while only 33% wanted us to invest in that maintaining fare free. Taking this feedback that we have from our customers, we then did a financial and ridership analysis and looked at multiple scenarios, including zero fare. So in looking at the financial impact, what impact does zero fare or fare free have on the budget? Fixed route costs basically remain unchanged. We would see an increase in riders, however, that would not require additional buses or operators. Essentially, we would just have more people in the buses that are out there on our fixed routes. However, our paratransit would increase. As part of the FTA requirements, paratransit can be no more than double the cost of fixed route rides. If our fixed route rides are zero fare, that means our paratransit has to be zero fare. Because of that adjustment, it is anticipated, and our consultants agree, that our paratransit ridership will increase. And because of that increase, there would be some additional investment that would have to take place into our paratransit. That would require more operators, more vans, more trips equals more fuel and wear and tear on those vehicles. So we are anticipating an operating cost of a little over $700,000 annually. We would also anticipate an additional $600,000 in capital investment for those additional vans that would have to be purchased to accommodate that growth in ridership. We would also lose approximately $700,000 in fare box revenue. Currently, pre-pandemic, we were receiving about $664,000 from the fixed route fares and approximately $15,000 in our paratransit fares. We would, and it's been mentioned several times in many public hearings, there would be some savings, but that savings would be fairly minimal compared to the increase in operating expenses that we would see. We expect that we would save $78,500 annually in the operating side of maintaining the fare boxes, pulling the cash, counting the cash, and then we would save an additional $123,000 for the actual fare boxes, and that's an annualized cost for the fare boxes, so it would be approximately $123,000 annually that we would save. So what does that mean? Additionally, what we would be needing if we go zero fare is nearly $1.2 million additional every year from the general funds. That does not include the additional $600,000 one-time investment that we would also need to do on the capital side of things. This, I think, should be noted that this does not do any service enhancements. This is strictly maintaining our current level of service, or what we hope to return to the pre-pandemic level of service. So increasing times, adding buses, those types of things, that would be above and beyond that annual $1.2 million additional investment. As part of our revenue analysis, we did look at reducing fares to various levels. Ultimately, within this budget, we developed a package of fare reductions that we believe will increase ridership and support affordability at a far less cost. We believe that by doing strategic fare reductions, it will not only make it more affordable for many, it will increase ridership, and it will require a minimal additional general fund subsidy from about $50,000 to $100,000. And that range is there is because we do believe at first there is going to be a reduction of riders, we believe, but we do expect over the 5 years of the transit development plan, we do expect that to rebound and actually increase ridership of about 18,000 additional riders each year. So what our proposed fares are. Pre-pandemic is on the left. As you can see, pre-pandemic it was $1.75 for a fixed route single ride. We are proposing to reduce that by 50 cents down to $1.25. And again, going back to the paratransit, can't be more than double. Paratransit would also, though, then be reduced down to $2.50 for a single ride. The trolley at 25 cents would remain the same as it was pre-pandemic. We would also create a day pass of $2.50 for as many rides as you want that day. The hope and purpose of that day pass is to encourage people to try out the system for a very low minimal amount. It would also hopefully entice visitors from out of town to leave their cars parked in hotel garages and just hop on the buses and go wherever they want while they're staying in town. We did prior to the pandemic, and we would continue to do so, is have a 31-day pass for both the fixed route and the paratransit. With our 31-day passes, we do have a reduced fare option as well for low-income riders. The regular charge is $17 for 31 days. The reduced fare is $8. For the paratransit, it's $34 and $16 for that reduced fare. Those would remain unchanged. Ultimately, that allows someone on the fixed route, on the low income side, to ride anywhere they want, as many times as they want, every day for 26 cents. We believe that by doing this, it does allow and does maintain a very affordable system for all transit riders. We do also have a senior pass, and again, this is a single ride pass that will also be reduced from 85 cents down to 60 cents. There is also an FTA requirement that it cannot be more than half what the fixed route ride is as well. So that's where the 60 cents comes from. But ultimately, 26 cents a day for the fixed route and 52 cents a day for the paratransit route, as many times as you want, all day, every day for 31 days. Really is an affordable system that we believe matches the goals for all of our interests within StarTran and the city community. Ultimately, with the proposed reduced modified fare structure, we are asking for an additional $100,000 general fund investment this year that does allow for that reduced fare. We think this is kind of the sweet spot where we continue to increase ridership, but also have a responsible budget going forward. If we are to find $1.2 million, that does come from another general fund source, and that could be, like we saw earlier on the chart, parks, police, fire, libraries. If it is to come from the StarTran budget and it's StarTran find 1.2 million, we are going to have to look at cuts. StarTran budget is extremely lean, and there is not an additional 1.2 million in that budget to be found. So with our StarTran, that kind of gets through our StarTran fares proposal. Additional information for anyone that is interested is in the TDP plan, which is on our website, and there is an appendix, the fare revenue analysis as well, that I would encourage people to check out.
Director Elliott, I apologize
No.
for interrupting you. Our
That's
city
perfectly
clerk
fine.
has a time-sensitive announcement she would like to make.
Yes.
Those of you that are parked or vehicle or truck on the east side of 10th Street, they do tow at 4 o'clock. So if there is anyone parked on that side of the street, I would suggest possibly moving the vehicle. We have a parking garage over on 10th and K that's available for the public to park on top.
All right, very good.
Thank you. That was perfect timing to break, because now we can shift to utilities. So just want to take a very quick moment to highlight some of the investments that we are doing in our utilities areas. We have some significant infrastructure investments that we are making across the board. Here we have $33.8 million in capital investments in year one, and $40.7 million of investments in year two in our water team. This ultimately will allow us to do 7 miles of water main replacement each year in our existing neighborhoods. We will do an additional 3 miles each year of new water main extensions and construction to support new homes and businesses. We will continue to build up the replacement of our lead service lines to make sure that our families and children are safe. And we will continue to do system improvements to remove the contaminants and preserve our water quality. One of the other areas that's kind of new for this is to continue to invest in cybersecurity by adding a cybersecurity manager for our water, our wastewater, as well as our traffic and StarTran teams, because having those systems safe and free from any kind of cyber attack is vital to making sure that we can provide safe water to the community. We also are looking at adding an additional utility equipment operator, and this will allow us to increase our fire hydrant and street valve service to make sure those are maintained regularly and are operable when we need them, especially on those very important fire calls. And then we're also looking at adding an environmental lab specialist to allow us to continue to ensure our water quality and safety is met. One thing I do want to highlight is, as you can see on this, Lincoln's Water are the left side are the 2 green ones. That's the first year and the second year. The yellow one is how we compare to Omaha, and the red is the like size average community rates here. So as you can see, our water rates, we are extremely comparable. They're very low, and I think we wisely invest our money and allows us to keep our rates low each year. On our wastewater side, we are investing $19.4 million in capital in year 1 and $23.4 in year 2. This will allow us to replace approximately 1 mile of sewer main each year, and approximately 2.5 miles of sewer main extensions to support growth and development here in the community. This also does add capacity at Teresa Street to support growth. If we're putting more lines in to develop growth, that stuff has to go somewhere, and we're reaching the capacity at Teresa Street, so we do have to expand that so we can continue to grow. We are requesting to add 2 utility equipment operators, and that is to maintain and keep up on sewer mains. The last thing we want are sewer mains backing up into people's homes, and in order to stay on top of that, we need additional people to get out there. And then we are adding an environmental compliance tech for wastewater treatment plan. Again, even more so than our water, our wastewater rates are extremely low compared to other cities across the nation. Lincoln is the lower 2 green. The one on the far left is the first year. The second one is the second year. So you can see we are doing extremely well and investing our funds wisely and maintaining inexpensive wastewater rates here in town. Solid waste, it's a little smaller budget. It's a $5 million in capital investment in year 1 and $3 million in year 2. Ultimately, this is going to help us do some improvements to our leachate handling system, our closure and capping operations, as well as customer convenience to make it easier to get in and out of there. We're also piloting a biochar operations for carbon sequestration and soil amendments. That's part of the Climate Action Initiative, and that we received a Bloomberg grant to help fund that pilot project as well. We have transitioned and continue to transition to the 5 large recycling collection centers. They are providing larger volume of collections. It's easier pickup and processing, and we have seen a reduction in illegal dumping, which has been, I think, very much appreciated by everyone. Our recycling sites have met the goal of keeping operating costs below $1 million. And so that was something that we continue to see, and that allows us to reinvest in the recycling. We are in the process of seeking proposals for a $30 million landfill gas project utilizing a public-private partnership. This is not part of the $5 million. This is something that we're hoping to partner with a private company and have it funded in that way. So it's noted in our CIP, but there are no funds allocated to it at this time. Again, as our water and wastewater, our solid waste rates are extremely comparable within our regional area. We are the greens. The first year is on the left side, and the second year is the right green one, compared to those here throughout Nebraska, and then Sioux Falls is also included on that. So I'd like to wrap up my part and invite John back. I'll be able to, and available to answer any questions that you may have later on after the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Elliott.
Thanks, Liz. Just finish up with the last couple of slides that show some important investments in our maintaining an equitable and inclusive community and our high quality of life. Less people think that we're not investing in our parks, trails, libraries, senior centers, and pools. We are, in fact, doing that. You can see there's significant investments here at Garham and Bethany Branch Libraries, repairing the elevators at Benham Martin. Air Park Community Center and Williams Branch Libraries have been completely rebuilt and rehabbed to make sure that quadrant has great services. As the city expands, 6 new parks, 4 new trails segments, continuing important work on playground accessibility to make sure that everyone is able to enjoy those amenities. Aging Partners continues their move out to Victory Park and the potential sale and rehab of their building downtown. And another council nod here, we have a proposal to add $100,000 for study of the Upper Salt Creek watershed. Certainly affordable housing hasn't been put towards the end because it's unimportant. It's put towards the end because it's helping with the big closer, because it is one of the things that we spend a lot of time and a lot of effort, and rightly so, working on in the community in partnership with the council and private developers and nonprofits. We are prioritizing those supports by continuing the additional $710,000 in added funding that council put in last year. It's continued in this budget. That layers on top of some TIF administration fee monies that we have and some returning turnback tax money that was down during the pandemic but is starting to slowly return. That's captured on hotel rooms that are near the arena. So we're able to work on good programs to provide for potential infrastructure subsidies and other gap funding for those affordable housing projects. We are working to create a rental rehabilitation program that will be piloted, and we'll have more information about that later this summer. Our housing and utility assistance continues on. And then certainly we want to point out, sometimes I'll get asked about the budget. People say, well, we look through the newspaper article, but I don't see where's the funding for food security, where's the funding for shelter, where's the funding for mental health services. So I want to make sure that I highlight, this is one of those things at the beginning of the program, I talked about the partnerships that we do with the county, and as council members well know, because they serve on the Joint Budget Committee, we work with the county hand in glove. They put in money, we put in money, and then jointly we're able to invest that money in nonprofits all across the community to do that important good work in food, in shelter, in health services for family and residents in need. So those investments do get made. They're just a layer down as we partner with the city to increase and expand resources to do that important work. And I'm happy to report that Jordan continues to do excellent work as our new DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Manager and HR department, so that we continue to do our important work making sure that we provide the programs that serve an increasingly diverse and growing community, and also that City Hall reflects that community and is able to communicate and reflect the important needs that they have. Those are some of the many deliverables that are contained within the budget. I appreciate your patience as we help to educate the public on how we're reinvesting the resources that they provide. This budget and the investments contained within it are the direct result of working with that community to deliver for the community. A lot of people within City Hall and across the community have worked hard together to bring us to this point today. And I have to say that it can be hard work sometimes, it can be minute work and slow work sometimes, but ultimately I think you might feel as I do, it's energizing to be part of a community that does place a high priority on engagement and collaboration and making investments to continue to make Lincoln to grow to be a fabulous place to live. So today's another step in that robust engagement process. We look forward to continuing to hear even more feedback from community members today and off into the future. And as I said before, directors will be available to help answer any questions that may come up and continue the conversation.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. We appreciate it. At this point in time, we would like to go ahead and open up this process to public comment and public testimony. Again, our city clerk will be calling folks who have signed up to testify. If you would like to testify and have not signed up yet, those sheets to sign up on are out in the hallway. Again, our city clerk will call people up as listed. Each party, if you would please state your name and address when you come up, that would be appreciated. And you have 5 minutes to speak. Our city clerk, I'm going to have her call people 2 at a time. We have two microphones here to testify at today. So the first person called, I would like for you to come up to one podium and start testifying. The second person called, if you could come here and wait for the first person to be done, we'll have you go immediately following, and we'll just keep doing that back and forth. So with that, Madam Clerk, could you please call our first individual to testify?
First up is Richard Schmeling. Next is Jane Kinsey.
Richard, if you could please come up here, that would be great. And Jane, if you are present, if you could please come up here to the second microphone and prepare to go right after Richard's done. Richard, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Richard Schmeling, S-C-H-M-E-L-I-N-G. My address is 2601 South 58th Street, Lincoln, apartment 17. I'm the president of an organization that's known as CFIT, Citizens for Improved Transit. I have been riding StarTran buses since 2015. I've now gone through the second TDP update, and in spite of the fact that listening to the city present the budget, everything seems to be hunky-dory, I can guarantee you as far as StarTran is concerned, it isn't. I want to remind this group that earlier this year, I submitted to each council member a series of petitions. One of the petitions had to do with zero fare permanently. There were a total of 872 signatures on that petition wanting to continue the zero fare. In addition, during the TDP update, there were a lot of comments about the open-ended question, what would it take you to use the bus system more? And the answer was not having to pay a fare. Now, we've kind of glossed over some of the stuff as far as the fares are concerned. With the mayor's alternative, which is what you heard here, reduce the fares but start charging fares again, we get a 0.7% growth in ridership. 0.7%. With continuing zero fare, the consultants estimate that we will have a 30 to 40% growth. And that amounts to 998,000 additional riders. Yeah, it's going to cost some money. We need to go somewhere and find that money. But I've got to think that in this city, in this budget, there's money to go ahead and do zero fare. And I cite you to the example of the city giving $1,500,000 to the airport authority to try to attract an additional air carrier, and I don't think that's going to help that much. I would represent that there are more people riding the bus system than use the Lincoln Airport by far. If we can come up with that kind of money to maybe temporarily induce a new air carrier to come to Lincoln, we need to go ahead and find the money to go ahead and prop up our bus system. Unfortunately, I've seen the bus system move forward from 2015, make some improvements, kind of level out with the pandemic, and now we're falling backwards. Because of a shortage in bus operators, we're lopping off service on all the routes at 7 o'clock at night. I had an interesting job. For about 1.5 years, I drove the courtesy van for downtown Holiday Inn. I'd have people come up to me and say, what bus do I catch to go out to Walmart to buy something or take my phone out to get it repaired or something? And I said, back then, you won't be able to because the buses quit running at 7 o'clock. The looks on the faces of the people when I said that, they didn't say anything, but it was, oh my God, this is really a hick town if they don't have evening bus service. A significant portion of our community relies upon StarTran for their transportation. We talk about
1 minute.
building the economy, and we talk about economic development. We need a healthy, robust StarTran bus system in order to grow that in our community. And I'm looking to you folks to come up with a solution for this. It's something that's very badly needed. It's something that's very important. And I know that there are a number of other people here that have some ideas and some thoughts on the subject. I think my time is up. I'd just be curious, could we have a show of hands of the people here who are here concerned about StarTran? Okay. We've got quite a few. So with that, I will end my presentation, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
All right, very good. Thank you. Questions at all for our speaker? See none. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
Jane Kinsey. Next is Ed Wimes.
Jane Kinsey with Watchdogs of Lincoln Government. First thing we would like to say is that we are glad there's an emphasis on the safety for our community. This should be the main task of government, is to provide safety for its citizens. Then we would like to say that we hope there is a route adjustment for the bus system, because as we drive around town, we find out there aren't very many people on the bus. When you give a free fare, there's going to be complaints when you have a change. record housing for development is downtown. It's in rental or it's in condos that are high rise when people want a piece of land and a private home. You're not going to change human nature by trying to build these places. Ever since mankind stopped being hunter and gatherers, they've wanted a plot of land. So this is going to be against the needs of the community, and we would like to see more housing, more places that will build housing. We have 40 new positions for employees, and there was no justification for it except there's a population growth. Nobody was laid off in the pandemic. We were told there were positions were just frozen. And when you spend $100,000 for every new employee, that's $500,000, which can go to something else. Now, you may need some employees, but it hardly seems to justify 40 positions. The city received $48 million from the feds for the pandemic. I believe it was 1.9 million in the first handout, and most of that went to care for low-income people and their needs, and business, try to help businesses. So where was the middle class in that? What's been given to them at this time is like a 1.2 property tax reduction, which is a pittance. It's about $500 on maybe $4,000 to $5,000 property tax. This budget does not help the middle class, and they're the ones who are the backbone of the community. If property taxes were so low, why would the legislature be so concerned about it and spend so much time looking into it and trying to lower them? In the news, we hear, and this isn't all news that is fake, that there's going to be a recession or stagflation. And so this is going to hit the U.S. and it's going to hit the world and it's going to hit Lincoln.
1 minute.
So this budget may be optimistic. With that in mind, we would consider that some of these cuts need to be made in order to be able to have a positive cash flow for the next 2 years.
All right, any questions for Ms. Kinsey? All right, very good. Thank you. Ms. Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Ed Wimes is up. Next up after Mr. Wimes is Stacy Blanker and Sarah Howard.
All right.
Thank you, member of the council. My name is Ed Wimes. I live at 9216 Whispering Wind Road here in Lincoln. I'm going to specifically talk about the budget in terms of human resources. That's my background. Many of you already know. But when I heard about the budget, it said, I thought, well, maybe I'll go down there and say a few words. Plus, it gets kind of boring sitting out there anyway. But anyway, the ethnic demographics of the city are continually evolving, and this evolution will require the administration to have a budget that attracts, employs, and retains a talented workforce. Such retention is critical to financial stability and the reduction of employment outcomes that can negatively impact the budget. The selection of individuals from a diverse community permits the administration to make decisions and to hear voices they previously may not have heard, In addition, a commitment to diversity and inclusion establishes a foundation of trust that all citizens will be treated with dignity and respect when they interact with a city employee or a city department. The employment of a diversity, equity, inclusion manager was a step in the right direction toward this objective. Specifically, the importance of a diverse workforce is critical in addressing the needs and concerns of the people this administration was elected to serve. There are those who believe equity and fairness initiatives to address historical patterns of non-inclusion amounts to an unfair preference. However, the historical truth tells us that it was unfair preferences that find us where we are today. The issue is one of opportunity and the active promotion that advances a culture of inclusion through intentional and positive steps that benefit all people. This budget will permit such steps to flourish, and I thank you for your attention.
Very good. Any questions? Good. Thank you, Ed. Madam Clerk?
Stacy Bleicher and Sarah Howard. Up next is Kathy Ashley.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Stacy Bleicher. It's S-T-A-C-I-E. Last name is B-L-E-I-C-H-E-R. My address is 908 South 214th Street. And I'm here today to talk about the increased home visitation services being offered through the health department with this budget. I was a practicing general pediatrician for 35 years. I have worked with our system of Department of Health and Human Services and with our children who are abused and neglected for many of those years as well, and continue to work with our Child Advocacy Center. And there has been a fair amount of research from a nursing, pseudo-medical standpoint regarding the use of skilled home visitation with all newborns to attempt to improve the quality of life for postpartum women and those children. But there are very additional important factors to consider that have a much longer range impact. There's been more and more attention paid to adverse childhood experiences and the impacts that has when these kids become adults and how functional they are within their communities. And more recently, there's been a look from the neuroscientists, behavioral specialists in pediatrics about what, quote, toxic stress causes in terms of changes in a child's brain, how it affects their ability to learn. It actually, they're kind of always in stress mode. That has a significant impact on behaviors and how they do with families. And those combined areas of research have really sort of closed a circle for us to understand what's happening to these kids as adults. The kinds of issues they look at in adverse childhood events or experiences would be things like parental substance abuse, any kind of abuse of the child, be it psychological, emotional, physical, sexual, and actually neglect is actually the greatest form of abuse nationwide and in Nebraska. Other issues about household dysfunction. Again, I mentioned substance abuse, loss of a biologic parent from death, mental illness in parents, children seeing a mother violently attacked in her home, or having a household member that's in prison. So those are some of the questions they ask in an ACE questionnaire. And what they've been able to see is that as those children grow, they have an increased involvement with law enforcement. They have significant learning difficulties. Their short-term memory is poor because their brain is always engaged in fight versus flight type of activities. They view everything as dangerous. They just cannot function in an everyday child's world, unfortunately. And what they've found with these skilled nursing visits is if we can start at the beginning of this process, offer parents sometimes who grew up in those situations and have no idea about norms of parenting or life, the supports they need to have housing and food stability and normal expectations of what that child is going to be to them. Those sorts of things that we can attempt to start to break that cycle. We can also refer adults that are affected by it into cognitive behavioral therapy and other things that will help them be more functional. And so the home visitation program really accomplishes that.
1 minute.
When it's offered universally within a community, they find somewhere between 70–80% of the families accept a home visit. We don't have grandparents around as much to help support what you're doing after delivery. And then with people that have higher risks, they can be referred to appropriate programs that can give them more long-term ongoing care, or to cultural centers to help them understand, oh, this is how medicine works here. It didn't work that way in your country. You have this opportunity now. So I think it's very important, not just for the well-being of those mothers and children, but for our community as a whole. Especially when, at least statewide in Nebraska, about 50% of our pregnancies are Medicaid financed, which by itself suggests we have some financial stress on many of these young families. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilwoman Rabel.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bleicher. Can you tell us of other communities in Nebraska where they do offer universal nursing visits?
You know, I don't know if they are any longer, but for years Beatrice had a program. I understand their home health program has closed down from the hospital, so I don't know if that continues. That was a single RN that did all the visits on the babies that were born within the county, even if they were born in Lincoln. And as a practitioner, because some of those people came to the practice, it was wonderful to have that local resource that most of the families viewed as a very positive interaction. I'm not sure about other programs. I don't think it's very broadly used. I mean, the big cities where this has happened a little bit more so has been, Denver was one of the earliest ones that did it quite a while ago and established some of the template for subsequent programs that have come forward.
And I also have another question. Currently, we do have a program for low income and families of very modest means, as well as those that have been referred or identified as an at-risk family because of maybe their current situation, income, or other factors that have been brought to the attention of the health department. Can you talk a little bit about some of the positive outcomes from that program, and have they been able to track children in those programs and the benefit that those children have received through these type of programs that are already in place?
In practice, I've found that they are real allies for making sure the families get in for their needed periodic visits. Also a set of eyes to follow weights and things like that. But they were very much involved with trying to help families with budgeting, finding other resources in the community. I don't have the absolute numbers, but I know that even with the program as it exists, we do not have enough capacity for the families that really need them. And that's a more specialized program than what this postpartum visitation program. This is more meant to be a general community support, family support, identifying needs for families that need to go into that kind of program. But not everybody that needs support post-delivery is low-income Medicaid families. And I think there are many, private pay people that, may or may not have family around, may or may not have had an immediate close friend that's recently had a child, that really don't know what they're in for until they get home. And to have that support come into the home is just
so important. You know, I don't know that there are numbers yet to indicate that that helps prevent postpartum depression. It certainly helps identify it so it can be dealt with more easily, because those are real risks for any new mom that just significantly affect that parent-child relationship and how things move forward.
So one final question. You know, I do see and recognize the value in adding something like this worthwhile for our community, but we also have to balance it with the cost. Mm-hmm. And I know you had mentioned that, you know, we're not addressing the current need for those that have already been identified. And in my line of thinking and reasoning, it makes sense to like expand that concentric circle of those that do fit that qualification and add the appropriate number of nurses. We've heard other testimony, and certainly we hear about our economy. Are we teetering on a recession? Which direction are we going? Other indicators are great, some are not so good. And so, you know, for that reason, I think we want to be very cautious and very conservative about a budget that would add 9 full-time nurses. And I recognize the benefit, but I haven't seen the data that you had mentioned, and it doesn't sound like you have seen the data about our current program and how it has assisted those that are in need. But maybe that there is data.
Yeah,
and
I think that data does exist.
Okay, and so that would be wonderful to see the benefits and the cost-benefit ratio for adding on and expanding it to a universal program,
Mm-hmm.
rather than really trying to do a targeted concentric circle of expanding the capacity to address some of those families that we've identified and qualify.
Yeah. And the things that are much more difficult to quantitate financially is, you know, if we can have fewer kids that need special resources at school, that have serious mental health problems that our systems don't deal with well, that have early involvement with law enforcement, that frequently have poor job performance histories and aren't employed as adults, maybe substance abusers, you know, or out of the workforce because of mental health issues. I mean, those are long-range impacts that we would make a difference in.
And I agree. And I would love to see like early childhood education be a really substantial component that I've seen other communities have invested in that have those positive outcomes and documented. So sorry, didn't mean to really engage, but I think it's important that our community hears your expertise.
Having that experience at this level with families having some early visitation will allow us to quantitate the needs of the community better.
Thank you very much.
Other questions?
I got about 4 questions. Thank you. Some folks have suggested that this program should only be limited to families by income restrictions or specific locations in our city or county. Are folks and children that experience ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences, limited to folks who only experience financial burdens, or are ACEs or trauma experiences only located in one area of our city?
No, and child abuse and neglect crosses all financial income levels. It traverses all cultural and ethnic groups. It is everywhere. It's not restricted. I mean, you'll see people of very poor means that are perfectly happy if they have a good, strong family support system. And no, I mean, we see abuse in all kinds of folks, all financial groups, all socioeconomic groups.
On the Family Connects website, which is the model that would be used for this universal home visitation program, it states that families had a 44% lower rates of child protective services investigations for suspected child abuse or neglect through children age 2, and 39% lower investigation rates through child age 5. Do you have any reason to suspect that that is not accurate?
No.
Can you speak a little bit about the importance of prevention programs as opposed to reactive programs, and why prevention programs are important in our city?
Yeah, I think that prevention is so important because our treatment modalities for these kids with, quote, toxic stress are very extensive. Our insurance programs do not cover the therapy that they need frequently because it is long-term. So if we can prevent it and have a child by school age that is not having any of these impacts, they're going to be so much more successful socially and educationally, that it's going to simplify things greatly for our school systems, for our juvenile justice systems. I think it would make a significant difference.
The last question that I have is, with your expertise as being a pediatrician, a respected physician, serving on the Board of Health, and being a community expert, in your expertise, is this program beneficial to folks in Lincoln and Lancaster County?
Yes, I believe it is.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Other questions? Very good. I will ask one question.
Yes.
If you have one more moment, I appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Some of the discussion that we've been having regarding the program, Family Connects uses a model that uses registered nurses. Question that some of us have been pondering is, you had spoken very specifically about having skilled home visitation care. Is it your understanding or ideology that the skilled home visitation care needs to be from a registered nurse as opposed to any other sort of care provider?
I think for the initial assessment, it is important because there's such a broad range of areas that need to be looked at in that first 1 or 2 home visits. All the studies that I'm aware of that have been done nationwide show better outcomes with RNs doing it. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't be at some point we'd say, oh, you need a community health worker. They don't have to have a nursing degree at all. That might be somebody that would come from one of the cultural centers, or it would help us develop some stronger supports that were less expensive, I think, for some of the families. But for that initial screening, I think an RN is better trained. It's more within their scope of practice to pursue that.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Ms. Howard. And then Madam Clerk, who do we have after Ms. Howard?
Joel Shasha.
Joel, please come on down.
I have some handouts. Thank you so much. Members of the Lincoln City Council, thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Sarah Howard, S-A-R-A-H-O-W-A-R-D. I'm going to give you my work address. It's 301 South 13th Street, Suite 600, Lincoln, Nebraska 68508, and I'm a policy advisor for First 5 Nebraska. I'm also a former legislator and former chair of our Health and Human Services Committee, and I'm so excited to talk to you guys today. So First 5 Nebraska is a statewide public policy organization focused on promoting early care and learning opportunities for Nebraska's youngest children. My work at First 5 Nebraska is focused on maternal and infant health policy, which is a completely new area that they're focusing on, and it's really exciting. So the first of its kind to focus on maternal and infant health policy. So I'm here to talk about the universal home visitation program that's been offered in the mayor's budget. Originally, I was going to talk about the benefits of home visiting, but Dr. Stacy really covered it. So I'll give you a little bit of a landscape of what's going on in Nebraska around home visiting, because we definitely see like a rising tide is lifting a lot of boats, and this piece would be it would be the dream to have universal home visitation across the state, but starting in Lancaster County. So currently there are 3 organizations that do home visiting or fund home visiting in the state of Nebraska. One is through McV, the Maternal and Infant Early Childhood Home Visiting Program. That's a federal funding source, and that has to be reauthorized every 5 years. In fact, just fun fact, home visiting is such a bipartisan issue that Adrian Smith was the last member of Congress to bring a bill to reauthorize the McV program. And McV is actually what is funding your HFA, or Healthy Families America, here in Lancaster County. So that's that funding source there. We also have 2 others. One is Head Start, an Early Head Start Collaborative. The other one is actually Sixpence. So about 40% of the general funds from the state that go into Sixpence are for home visiting. What's a little confusing about home visiting, though, is that there are 26 different evidence-based models of home visiting. What's neat about that is that every family is different. So there's no one model that is perfect for every family, right? But it can be a little confusing as a policymaker when you're saying, wait a minute, this is a different model. I thought all home visiting is the same. The main home visiting that's being offered in the state of Nebraska now is Healthy Families America, which is an intensive 6 month to year-long opportunity for families, but it is very intense. parents as teachers, which trains, it's sort of a peer model, and that's what the Sixpence model uses. And then the Nurse Family Partnership, or NFP. The Family Connects model that's being offered, or sort of offered as an opportunity for you today, it would be a newer model for the state of Nebraska. But I would give you like a little heads up. It used to be in the 70s that our public health departments were doing home visits for every baby. And then there were budget cuts, and by the 80s, they weren't doing them anymore. So this is not new for your county in particular. This is just something that maybe it's vintage. We're bringing it back. What's neat about the Family Connects model is that it does use a nurse. I'll go to Member Beckius's question, and I'll lean a little bit on my time as chair. The difference is scope. So an RN can do, they can conduct direct care to patients, whereas a licensed practical nurse is not allowed to do direct care. They must have an RN supervising them or a physician, usually on site. So that would make home visiting a little bit challenging for an LPN in particular. But I would also tell you that RNs, because they can provide some wound care, they can conduct coordination of ancillary care. So mom has another issue, and this RN can actually help her get that ancillary care, and they can do diagnostic tests, which is different from an LPN or a community health worker. So the other piece is that I know there are concerns about sustainability. I am concerned about sustainability. I want everybody to have home visiting, but I also need to figure out how we're going to pay for it. The reason why your Family Connects model is so remarkable is because when you use a medical model home visiting, across the country, states are now authorizing medical model home visiting to bill Medicaid. So ideally then your public health department through a hospital with home visiting would most likely be able to start billing for this service in the next few years, which is really exciting.
1 minute.
Thank you. Okay, I think I've gotten everything that I wanted to tell you. Dr. Stacy in particular talked about calls to the hotline on the CPS side. Home visiting is something that the state of Nebraska is really hyper-focused on in terms of reducing the numbers of child abuse and neglect calls to the hotline, because the number one callers are doctors who say, there is a baby who is leaving this hospital and I don't feel good about it. And so the idea that your universal home visitation model, where every baby and every physician would have the comfort of knowing that somebody was going to check in on them once that baby got home, I think would make a big difference to the physician community, but also to hotline calls overall. I think that's covered it. I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you may have. Just know that you would be the first county to be bringing back universal home visitation, but please, please, please don't be the last, because it's such a remarkable service and program that you have the opportunity to provide.
Very good. Questions for Ms. Howard?
Thank you, Sarah, for coming down. I do appreciate all this additional information. So you mentioned a couple of the programs and that they do fund. Do we actually get funds in Lancaster County and the city of Lincoln for maternal, infant, and early childhood from the
From the McV? I believe some of your HFA program is funded through McV, which is the federal funding source. Then actually the state kicks in about $1.1 million additional into the McV programs. So they're in about 66 counties across the state, meeting the needs of about 1,200 families across the state.
Okay, thank you. That would be something worth getting more information on and exploring if we do get some of the funding for those.
Leveraging up, yes.
Yes.
The only difference is Family Connects model, is only 3 to 4 visits from an RN, whereas HFA is a trained provider, but may not be a medical provider, right? But it's also a year's investment of time for that family, as opposed to this just 3 visits, everything's going great, check in. That's the difference between HFA and Family Connects.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Other questions? Yes.
I just have 2 questions. In your note here, you state that studies show that every dollar invested in home visiting programs can yield a cost savings between $1.80 and $5.70. Can you please speak on that?
Sure. So I'll speak specifically to this model, to the Families Connects model, because this model in particular has been shown to reduce ER visits, which are super expensive, both on the Medicaid program and on private pay patients, right? So the reduction that you would see for this cost for this service is specific to ER visits.
Thank you. And then the second question that I have is, when we touched on it briefly, but just to kind of hit it home again, because you're clearly very competent in what you're saying. Can you talk a little bit about the scope of practice between a registered nurse, licensed practical nurse, and a community health worker?
Oh, well, fun fact, there is no scope of practice for a community health worker. So an RN, they go to school for about 2 to 4 years. Their scope is very clearly defined in that they can practice more independently. So they can provide direct patient care, and they can do, and I mentioned this, diagnostic tests, so those maternal depression screens, some of those blood pressure checks. But then they can go to that next level and offer some sort of diagnosis from there or a recommendation for additional care. They can also administer medications. So say mom isn't taking her meds or we need something additional, an RN is able to do that, offer that type of service in the home. And then I always think about post-birth, you see a lot of incidents of ER visits for wound care for moms. And so if an RN is able to identify a challenge before she needs to go to the emergency room, that would be remarkable. LPNs, they go to school for about a year, and they have to practice under direct supervision of a physician or an RN. So an RN can supervise an LPN, but usually, and I would have to check our scope rules, they have to be on site. So the physician has to be on site with the LPN, which would be, I think, physically impossible for a home visiting scenario, or it would double your FTEs, which is not worth the trouble there, I would say. And then a community health worker, we don't have a scope of practice for them. So we don't have anything in statute that dictates what their training might look like, what type of supervision they would need. And so I personally wouldn't recommend a community health worker model if you're using the Durham Family Connects, because that's a direct referral from a hospital. So that hospital will want to make sure that it's sort of a medical provider who's coming in and speaking with those families.
Perfect. And last question, I swear. As a policy expert in health and human services and maternal and infant health policy in our state and in our community, do you think that this program would be beneficial for our city and county?
Oh gosh, that's like the easiest question I've been asked all day. Yes, I'm an enormous fan of home visiting. In fact, my mother first passed a home visiting bill, the first one in 2011. I passed the last one in 2014. We haven't done anything around home visiting on a state level since then, and so there's a lot to do. But thank you for asking me the question.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you very much. Ms. Howard, thanks for coming down. I have a question about two things. They're very closely related. So you were talking about sustainability, and you also mentioned Medicaid billing, and I'd like you to just hone in on that just a little bit more. It's very interesting to me that there's the possibility for billing Medicaid, but is there also the possibility of billing other insurance?
Yes.
How do we sustain this program once we begin this program?
I believe so. And, we're all holding our breaths because we're waiting for the Heritage Health managed care contracts to be released, so we don't know who our managed care companies will be for Medicaid. But a lot of other states are allowing public health departments and hospitals to bill under a case management billable code, which is very specific if you want to get in the weeds on it. But you have to have a state plan amendment to your Medicaid program to bill for a case management code. That doesn't mean that a managed care company can't say we see a benefit from home visiting in preventing people from coming to the hospital, which costs us money. So we will fund that either directly out of our community funds or something along those lines. Now in New Jersey, we're not like New Jersey. We're totally different from New Jersey. But in New Jersey, they passed a Medicaid state plan amendment to cover home visiting that was not a medical model, which means that our HFA model could potentially be funded through Medicaid as well if we saw it working with families who are Medicaid eligible. But that's a little far off. I'm going to tell you that it's more likely that we can get the case management billable before then.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Other questions? Mr. McGinnis.
Just a quick follow-up with that. So you're saying at this point the state needs to pass some type of bill or some law to allow it, or is it up to the case manager or the provider?
Sure. So actually the state is doing most of this work administratively. So the state can allow Medicaid to do a case management billable, a case management billable without any intervention from the legislature.
Okay.
And you didn't ask, but I'm going to keep going. Under the Child and Family Services, the way that we fund our child protective services system is through 4E funding. Well, a couple of years ago, the feds passed a law called the Families First Prevention Services Act. And just like 3 weeks ago, Stephanie Beasley at CFS announced that they're going to use FFPSA dollars for HFA and parents as teachers. So we'll be able to see some additional federal drawdowns that public health departments can use for home visiting as well. So we're seeing this rising tide. We're all going in the same direction, which is just lovely and exciting. Thank you for the question.
Other questions? All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank
very
you for
much.
having me.
Madam Clerk?
Joel Shawshaw. Next was Kathy Ashley.
All right, Kathy, you're up next.
Hi, I'm Joel Shawso. I live at 1053 Middleton Avenue, and I own McKinney's Irish Pub, Tipsy Tina's Taco Cantina, Park Center Banquet Hall, Courtside Banquet Hall. You've probably all seen me here many times before with SDLs and liquor licenses, and I've been a liquor license holder in Lincoln for 20 years, and I've dealt with many different clerks, and I have to say Sony's great. I'm speaking in favor of adding a person to a team member to their staff, and instead of spending money, I feel like this position will indirectly pay for itself. They're busy. I mean, they do a lot of work, and the improvements I've seen under Sony and Brandy's leadership in the SDL area has completely streamlined it and made it so much simpler for all of us getting SDLs, which saves me time. And I'm in business to make money. And so the less time I have to spend on that stuff, the more time I can spend on increasing revenue streams, training employees better. And our increased revenue increases taxes, increases money that we can donate to local causes that we like, and city taxes, state taxes would be increased. And I'm just one business. I mean, this would impact a lot of different businesses that would become more efficient. And that's my biggest point, that Sony has brought tremendous efficiency to the clerk's office, and an extra person will allow her to focus more on making that office as efficient as it could possibly be. And the development of the SDL, she probably does more stuff that I don't even know about in other sectors. I deal with all the departments. I deal with many different departments in the city, and the changes and increased efficiency in the clerk's office is exceptional.
Very good.
Any questions?
Questions?
Don't ask me a question.
Fire
We'll talk
sticker.
for hours if you ask me a question.
Councilwoman Washington, did you have a question?
You can ask it.
I was just going to ask this because it's wonderful to have someone say that bureaucracy has gotten much more efficient and someone has done a great job. So I just wanted to ask you just one more question. Are you saying that the SDL process is easier now than it was a year ago?
Without question. Without question. But if I could talk a little bit more on what you just said.
Yeah.
I'm a big sports fan. I make a lot of sports analogies. And this isn't just Sony, it's everyone that works in civic jobs. It's kind of like the offensive lineman who you don't hear his name the entire game. You don't know who he is, and then he has one holding call, and everybody knows his name. He does one thing wrong, and everybody knows his name. They don't take into account the 99.9% of the time that they do everything right. They don't get credit for that. They only get demolished when they do one thing wrong. So I would say thank you to Sony for, she's, believe me, that office I'm stuck in my ways a little bit sometimes, and I'm not always great with being the nicest person. And so Sony has helped me tremendously, and that whole office has helped me tremendously in getting things done the correct way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Very good.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
Kathy Ashley. Up next is Tim Ryan.
All right, Tim, you're next. Kathy.
Good afternoon, counselors. My name is Kathy Ashley. That's Kathy Ashley. My address is 5851 North 23rd Street, number 112, Lincoln, Nebraska. And I stand before you today in two roles. Well, actually three, I'm sorry. As a public citizen of Lincoln, but also as an individual who served on your recent TDP working group committee, where we're bringing in improvement processes to StarTran for the next 4 to 5 years. And the other role that I served, I just completed my first year of membership on the StarTran Advisory Board. Both the TDP and the Advisory Board have resulted in a steep learning curve. And I'd like to acknowledge that there is a large contingent of Advisory Board members here today who may also be speaking on matters. One of the things that happened last week, and it's gotten the news big time, the Advisory Board rejected the mayor's budget for StarTran. Outright simple, and there are reasons for it. And then an Advisory Board member made an amendment for that. And the rejection of the mayor's budget was 5-1. The amendment for a pilot program to continue fare free so that we could do further analysis on the impact and the benefits long-term for StarTran was unanimously approved. And I'm here today to tell you that fare free, along with any other process improvement, is vital to this community. It affects our economic vitality. Did you know that every single person who rides on a StarTran bus is generating economic vitality for Lincoln? They're earning a wage, or they're spending their income dollars, and they're paying property taxes and sales tax. They're a vital part of our community. And what we do at StarTran, I've done a lot of digging historically because I'm one of these people that I don't like to be a rubber stamp board member. I want to understand what I'm doing. So I've done quite a bit of research for the last 20 years on StarTran. And StarTran has a long history of giving something to the community and the riders, and then they turn around and take something else away. It's a continual process, give and take, give and take. How the city leaders and our council could possibly imagine that StarTran could improve long range, long term, public transit in Lincoln with that give and take process, just not valid. I have a 38-year career in finance and corporate work as well as public accounting. It's not doable. You can't sustain it. It's like building a skyscraper and all of a sudden you pull out floors 2 and 3. What happens? It collapses. That's exactly what's been happening with StarTran. Right now, StarTran needs 110 drivers to meet the current route objectives. We're sitting with 85. The drivers are working ungodly amounts of overtime. And what's worse is they're becoming fatigued. They're burning out. And many of them are feeling unsafe behind the wheel of their vehicles. One of the things that's holding back this process is that there is no investment, no real investment in StarTran. This community needs this council and the city leaders to invest in StarTran, figuring out a way. As a board member, I am restricted by the bylaws from getting involved in the budget, in labor relations, and in union matters. But I hear about it all. I get phone calls every single day of the week from people who are concerned and care. Fare free, if you've looked at the ridership numbers of what happened when we went fare free, paratransit is way back above pre-pandemic levels of ridership. And I attribute part of that to the fact that we still have retirees that are feeding into the paratransit process, recent retirees that are going in and starting to ride paratransit because of surgeries or chemo or dialysis, whatever the case may be. But not all of it. Some of it is simply ridership, that during the pandemic, we were told that we could only take 3 trips per month.
Time.
You could wrap it up.
Okay. What I'm saying is I want the citizens and the community and the council members to really look deeply and find a way to fund StarTrans, continuing improvement and growth to make the long-range transportation plans viable. And in doing so, you'll see positive returns. I can't fight all the battles, but I can make them verbal for you. I thank you for listening to me today, and I'm willing to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Kathy?
Ms. Shelley, thanks for being here. So could you clarify, you started to say, they said that we could only take 3 trips. Is that, did I hear that correctly? Or?
Well, back when COVID first hit, when I called in, I had to roll from fixed route to paratransit. I was told that we were only allowed 3 trips per month for our own safety. And that included medical trips, grocery trips, pharmacy trips, what have you. So one of the things I did back when I first got on the board, and we were encouraged, the point was grow ridership, grow ridership. I got on the phone to every paratransit rider I knew and said, start riding. Go out and do your social riding. Go out and enjoy yourself. Go to the park, go for a picnic. And paratransit has rebounded unbelievable in numbers. Fixed route has also rebounded, but not to the same level.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Madam Clerk?
Tim Ryan. Next is Mark Hansen.
All right, Mark, you're up. Tim.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Renna. That's Timrinne. I live at 605 North 26th Street in Lincoln. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on the proposed city budget. I moved to Lincoln for college in 1975, and this month I am celebrating my 47th year as a Lincolnite. I'm a co-founder of the national award-winning Holly Hamlet Neighborhood Garden, and I'm the co-chair of the new Community Committee on Local Food, which was created at the instigation of Mayor Gaylor Baird and City Council Chair Tammy Ward. Despite my history of community engagement, I don't make a habit of coming before the City Council. This is probably just the 3rd or 4th time I've ever spoken before this body, though I do try to regularly share the bounty of the Hamlet Gardens and pass along strawberries and potatoes, lettuce and green beans, and honey when we're lucky enough to have it. And as you're aware from the volume of activity in your inbox, I send a steady stream of articles about climate change and food security. But despite being college educated in this city, marrying, raising a child, and being a homeowner here for now 4 decades, I don't think I've ever appreciated and loved my adopted community as much as I do now. Lincoln has changed dramatically since 1975, when the population was only 175,000, sidewalk dining was prohibited, and the Haymarket was a blight. The capital city we see today and the incredible quality of life we enjoy is the result of 2 generations of vision and vigilance on the part of city leaders like yourselves. It's elected officials like you who have dreamed this marvelous city into being and have vigilantly minded the store to ensure we got where we wanted to go. And I want to thank you for your public service. Vision and vigilance have been the watchwords of our city leadership to this point. But I think over the past decade, we've started to recognize and incorporate another necessary term into our thinking: resilience. For example, as part of the city's Climate Action Plan and now the Lincoln-Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, the Mayor's Community Committee on Local Food is charged with, quote, building a resilient local food system, end quote, because right now we don't have one. I know you're watching the same news that I am, and frankly, I'm spooked at what I'm seeing. In 2012, almost like a foretaste of what was to come, Nebraska experienced the hottest and driest year on record, worse than the Dust Bowl. In March 2019, we had a bomb cyclone and massive flooding that nearly cost Lincoln its water supply. The American Southwest, including Arizona and California, where much of our fresh produce comes from, is now mired in mega drought and suffering water shortages. Wildfires are burning all over the West all year long. We're experiencing unprecedented derecho winds, a term like bomb cyclone I'd never even heard before, and this past spring in Nebraska, or at least in Lincoln, was the windiest on record. Nationwide, Extended heat waves are becoming a built-in feature of summer, as are heat-caused illnesses and deaths. As a gardener, I can tell you the rain has become more intermittent and unpredictable even as the temperatures have risen. The state climatologist warns that the average temperature in the state will be 4 degrees higher by 2050, making it much more difficult to grow food. Then there's hurricanes and COVID outbreaks, disruptions in the global food supply, and political unrest, such as I've never seen before, ever, in my 67 years of life. To maintain our cherished, enviable quality of life as a community, we're going to have to incorporate resilience into our policies and practices as never before. I don't pretend to be a budgeting expert, and I thank everyone who was instrumental in putting this budget document together. But from the standpoint of building a resilient community able to weather and adapt to a more volatile future, the budgetary items I'm about to detail are steps towards integrating resilience into all that we do. $1.57 million for sidewalk repairs that promote pedestrian transportation, active living, and neighborhood cohesion. Over $500,000 for tree trimming and planting to enhance safety, increase property values, and very importantly, improve air quality, decrease stormwater runoff, and reduce the urban heat island effect. Additional funding for EV and alternate fuel city vehicles that reduce fuel cost, lower air pollution and carbon emissions, along with modernizing the city fleet, the addition of a city fleet manager to ensure maximum coordination, efficient deployment, and shared use between LTU, Lincoln Fire and Rescue, and LPD. 2 additional health educators, one to address the risk associated with hazardous waste and encourage alternate processing like recycling, and the other to address the environmental impacts of a changing climate, heat, flooding, air quality, particularly among vulnerable populations. The budget items listed above constitute very prudent investments of our city tax dollars. In and of themselves, none of these expenditures is going to make us impervious to the challenges ahead, but they will all help protect our city's existing quality of life, model positive health and environmental behaviors, and propel us further along the path of building a more resilient community.
1 minute.
I urge you to continue Lincoln's quest for greater resiliency by adopting these modest budget items. And I would just say that there's a lot of talk right now about what's Lincoln's next big issue. I can answer that for you. It's climate change. It's not a pinnacle arena, it's climate change. It's going to change everything and the food security that comes with it. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
Mark Hansen. Next up is Lacey Bolt.
All right, Mark.
Good evening. My name's Mark Hansen. I live at 3921 Firethorn Court. I'm a retired banker, but currently serving as the Interim Executive Director for Community Development Resources. Community Development Resources has been in our community for quite a few years, primarily focusing on small business financing. At the leadership of the mayor and you as a city council and the urban development department and the passage of the Community Affordable Housing Action Plan, Community Development Resources adopted that, took it on and said, that's something we want to help with. We've expanded our board and we're both with business people, philanthropy, and other nonprofits, and we're focused on helping achieve that Affordable Housing Action Plan, which includes 9,000 affordable and workforce housing units and another 8,000 market rate units, which is just what is required based on the growth projections of Lincoln over the years and the state of our housing inventory today. So I'm here to testify basically to say I very much appreciate the line item expense that you've put in there for affordable housing. It's not an expense, it's an investment in the future. And this is really a good problem that we have because we need more housing for our growing population and the labor we need for good paying jobs in this community that are only going to help us grow and prosper. The investment in those houses and housing, just the affordable housing, will be $1.5 billion, and the market rate housing will be another number larger than that because those are generally more expensive houses that people live in. So Community Development Resources is very committed to this initiative in partnership with the city, and we will have to keep investing. If we only have the plan, but we don't have any fuel in the tank to do it, it won't work. But what's most impressive that I've seen in a very short period of time just by creating the plan, we now have 1,500 affordable housing rental units in our pipeline coming out of the ground that have been developed. So that's very positive. And the investment that the city's making in this, that leadership, is attracting private capital also to this. So thank you for what you're doing. And I just encourage us to keep doing this as a city because it's only going to help us in the future. Any questions?
Questions for Mark? Councilwoman Raybold.
Mark, I know you've been hard at work at this. So what do you think we need to do to attract more private investors? It seems like we have a number of building blocks coming together.
Well, number one, I will tell you that the state and federal money that's available coming at us through the ARPA and the state initiatives, we'll get a lot of help from foundations and so forth to do some of the matching dollars. I think we estimate there'll be almost $17.5 million potentially coming to Lincoln in the next 24 months to work on this. Only about $2.5 million of that should have to be private capital. But if any of you want to write some checks for that, personally, we're glad to have help. The banking sector is also stepping up in this initiative. They're helping right now to create some of the debt financing and other sort of things. The fact that CDR is a community development financial institution, we have more access to federal money also. But I'm actually seeing out-of-town developers come to Lincoln now looking for opportunities to develop, and a few of the projects that are in the queue that way have been approved, and they're calling and asking, what resources do you have, and so forth. And urban development has referred quite a few of them to us to talk to and start that initiative. So, 9,000 units that we need on this affordable side. If we're about 2 years into the plan, and they're starting to come out of the ground, we got 1,500 units, that flywheel is starting to turn. So I think everyone's just got to have the courage to keep making the investments, because the paybacks are huge just in terms of the development activity, the increased property taxes, and the jobs that we're creating that we talked about earlier that are the economic development drivers.
Other questions? All right, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Okay. Excuse me, Lacey Bolt. Next is Gretchen Arroyo.
All right, Gretchen, you're up. Go ahead.
My name is Lacey Bolte. It's LacieBolte. I live at 855 South 33rd here in Lincoln. This is my daughter, Frances. This is her first council meeting. She's super excited. She's right under 4 months old. I'm here today to talk about the community-wide home health visitation initiative that's in the budget. I support that. I think it's really important for women and infants in Lincoln. I wanted to share a little bit about my parenthood recently, my journey into parenthood recently, and why I wish there was a program like this for me. I'm extremely privileged and lucky. My husband and I both have great jobs. We have health insurance. We have a home. We have a really strong support network. We're both healthy. We're active. We're engaged in our communities. But our journey into parenthood 4 months ago was a real challenge. We were not prepared. We were prepared in the sense that we had a baby shower, Frankie has a crib, we have tons of bottles, tons of diapers, all that jazz. But we weren't prepared for the mental and physical health complications that come with having a baby. I had a really healthy, unremarkable pregnancy. But labor and delivery ended up being an extremely traumatic experience for both my husband and I. I had an emergency C-section followed by significant hemorrhaging. The blood loss was so significant that I couldn't stand up, I would black out, and we were not prepared for that. A lactation consultant visited me in the hospital. It's about a 5-minute visit that I got while I was in recovery. My milk supply was not in because of the blood loss and because of the C-section. So that visit was the consultant teaching my husband how to teach her how to take a bottle of formula. We were not prepared for that. Even though we took a 2-night course at Milkworks to learn how to breastfeed, we were still not prepared for that. The care we received at Bryan was wonderful, but it was brief. We left the hospital with a few samples of formula, and my husband had to rush to the store on our way home, and he got the last bottle of formula on the shelf, so we were not prepared for that. My husband went back to work after 3 weeks, so again, super lucky because not everybody gets 3 weeks of their husband at home supporting them. And I'm also really lucky because I had the support of family and friends that came and visited me at home and helped support me at home. But I was spending time in between nursing, fighting tears, trying to put on a brave face that I was okay when I wasn't. And I'm a social worker. I've spent years in Lincoln working with people with mental health concerns, so like I know better. It was clearly some postpartum depression. So I knew I needed help. I called 4 different practices here in Lincoln, was put on 4 different wait lists. And I called a 5th because I didn't want to give up. And I got to see somebody in 2 weeks. Wasn't prepared for that. So what could a home visit have done for me? They could have diagnosed and provided a medical consult for a hematoma that was a complication from my C-section that I had. They could have provided extra support about breastfeeding because it started a little bit late. They could have helped navigate our country's worst formula supply shortage that we had to navigate when she was just a little baby. They could have assessed and connected me to care for postpartum depression. And they could have helped me feel normal when everything didn't feel normal. I imagine there's a concern that this program would be universally available to people, not just low income or particular counties in Lincoln, but I wouldn't qualify for that if you guys made that rule. I don't qualify for Medicaid, I don't qualify for SNAP. My husband and I both work, we're super fortunate, so you would be missing me. I have 2 master's degrees, I've seen postpartum depression, and I needed this program. So I think all of us who are birthing in Lincoln need opportunities to access this.
1 minute.
I have access to so much more resources based on my education, my income, my family than most people in Lincoln, and I still needed something like this. This is a political statement, but I'm going to say it anyways, so here it goes. So some elected officials, right, they've declared that Nebraska is a pro-life state, so if that's the case, I really hope the city can fund our lives, these important lives. So that's all.
Questions? Councilman Bowers.
Thank you so much for coming down and sharing your story and being honest in a very, very public forum. That takes a lot of courage and a lot of strength, and I really respect you for it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? No? Very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Gretchen Arroyo. Next is Marilyn McNabb.
All right, Gretchen.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Gretchen Arroyo, 1625 Lake Street. I am the owner of Lux Events and Rentals here in Lincoln. I am also the president of Star City Pride. I'm here to speak today in regards to the budget item and the addition of personnel to the city clerk's office. I came here to Lincoln in 2016, a transplant from a larger market. I was thrust into a high-profile event planning position that forced me to learn really quickly, within a matter of weeks, the process of pulling an SDL and a special events permit. I met Sony at that time and Teresa Meyer and came in and have had to pull permits and SDLs in other markets and found that our process was super cumbersome, archaic, and it was really a huge learning curve, and I didn't have that long of a period of time. Sony took her time to go through everything with me. I'm going to piggyback also on what Joe Shosha said about being a business owner and not having a limited time, and also say that as a servant on a nonprofit that is 100% volunteer run, not only am I running my own business, but I'm also giving back to the community. So any efficiencies that are put in place, anything that can possibly be done to limit my time in the bureaucratic red tape of SDLs and special permits is a welcome relief. Adding an additional member on to the city clerk's office, Sony had time at that point to educate me, but I think about all of the RTM graduates from UNL that are coming into the event planning industry that aren't going to have that time. Our events in general have tripled over last year. It's a good thing. It gives to our community the quality of life. It spurs our hospitality dollars and tourism dollars. But if we don't have that infrastructure and we don't have that additional person that can educate these new event planners and the efficiencies that Sony can continue to spearhead, the changes that I've seen have been amazing. But if we don't continue to build that infrastructure, we're going to fall behind, and that's going to impact us in tourism dollars. It's going to impact our quality of life. It's going to impact us in the fees as revenues, as a revenue stream for the city and for the county. So that's really all that I have to say, is that it's a much needed addition. And if I could say add to, I really would. But I really think that it is something that where it may not seem like it impacts the public, it really does have a broad scope of reach with just one individual person being added to the city clerk's office.
Okay, very good. Questions for Gretchen? All right, see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will go ahead and hear from Marilyn, and then we will take a short break. And so we'll wait on calling other folks up at this point. Marilyn, whenever you are ready.
I'm ready. I do wish I had a beautiful 3-month-old baby to show you and talk about the future of that child and climate change, but I didn't come stocked.
Or just give them one. We'll pass it down. Thanks.
I'm Marilyn McNabb. I live at 1701 West Rose Street in Lincoln. I'm here to support Councilman Benny Shoby's proposal to add $300,000 each fiscal year in the biennial budget excuse me, to advance the use of electric-powered heat pumps. We understand now the damage methane, that is natural gas, is doing to our climate. So when replacement decisions are made about heating and cooling systems, we need to be installing electric heat pumps. Methane emissions are more than 80 times as potent as carbon dioxide in warming the atmosphere. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions is the first and principal directive of Lincoln's climate change plan. The goal is by 2050 to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 80% from 2011 levels. In the action areas of the plan, one of the most important is engage residents in co-creating a climate-smart future. A whole range of ways to engage the public are sketched out. For a modest price tag, Councilman Shoby's proposal offers us one way of doing that. The proposal moves toward realizing 2 climate action plan goals: the reduction of greenhouse gases and the involvement of the public. It's enhanced now because of the congressional action, I guess we could call it the Manchin bill, that is moving forward very quickly. A Columbia University Center on Global Energy Policy study of heat pump effectiveness. They try to get different cities in with different energy costs and different climates. Atlanta, San Diego, and Fargo found heat pumps being competitive with natural gas-fired equipment while substantially cutting greenhouse gas emissions. It identified the need to provide informational programs to combat business as usual habits of contractors and homeowners favoring incumbent fossil fuel technologies, which is a fancy way of saying we don't make change easily. We have to learn new things. The new federal bill devotes $4.28 billion to the High Efficiency Home Rebate Program, which would provide a rebate of up to $8,000 to install heat pumps to heat and cool homes, and rebates for a heat pump water heater, a heat pump clothes dryer, an electric stove, and related home improvements. To qualify, household incomes cannot exceed 150% of the area median income, which I think is $91,000 for Lincoln. A maximum of $14,000 per homeowner is allowed up to September 30th, 2031. So this is not a fly-by-night program. It lasts for 9 or 10 years. States will administer the program. Councilman Shoby's proposal envisions a community committee that would be an ideal vehicle for outreach to identify homeowners who qualify for this program and get them prepared with the needed information to deal with the right state offices. All levels of government need to do their part in this enormous challenge climate change presents. What if the bill doesn't pass? That policy is too scary for me to really think about very long, but if it doesn't, then it's even more reason to start this work locally. We know what we have to do. Let's get started. More than a decade ago, I put in a heat pump because I was associated with people who understood the technology and knew about heat pumps. I want to close with a short passage from the climate plan.
1 minute.
The lives of Lincoln residents are intertwined with fossil fuels through gas in their cars, the way electricity use is generated, the natural gas they use to heat their homes. To make significant progress, the way that everyday life is powered in Lincoln will need to shift. Big changes. Questions?
Questions for Marilyn?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Since I have another second,
Yes, ma'am.
I found this afternoon very moving, and it restores my sense that we have an active democracy in this country, which has been eroded in recent months, but it's back again. So thank you for this privilege of a democratic discussion of how we spend our public money.
Thank you, Marilyn. We will go ahead and take a short break. We will reconvene at 5. Let's do 40. 5:40.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started again. Just want to make a brief announcement. If there are any StarTran riders here in the room that rely on StarTran to get home, please let us know now. We will bump you to the front of the line. I don't see anyone, so we'll continue on down our list as normal. Madam Clerk.
Okay, next is Sherry Bush and Emily Deeker.
All right, Sherry and Emily, please come on down.
Hi, I'm Sherry Bush, and I don't have all the numbers all these other people have had, but I'm here. It's Sherry Bush, and I live at 5732 Enterprise Drive, and I'm on my second term. Thank you for appointing me to the Board of Directors for Aging Partners. But I said I'm not involved in all the high finances and stuff, but I live in a 55-plus community. I'm probably the oldest here in Lincoln. And we're all homeowners mostly. There's a few rentals, but it's a combination of individual homes and duplexes and condos. And so we have a real wide range of income and wide range in ages. We start at 55, and I think our oldest is now 96, and it's still living in his own home and is using some of Aging Partners' services. So everything you can do for us is wonderful. And I'm sitting there listening to him at coffee on Monday mornings. There's as all the costs are going up so much, our income is not, because so many are just totally relying on Social Security or retirements of some kind, and those aren't going up at all. So there's a bigger need for help with groceries and it's a lot of services that people just cannot afford to otherwise. And I said I have some anecdotes rather than finance figures. And I had a gentleman come to me a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, and he knew I was involved with Aging Partners. Somebody had told him, well, ask Sherry. And he was 93. He totaled his car, went across a median and two lanes and hit a pole, didn't get hurt and didn't hit anybody. And so he thought it was a big success, but because he was so afraid he would have hurt somebody when he came to. But he just was so mainly upset because he no longer could drive. And nobody thought he needed another car. And he was very active in the community. He was, I think he was a retired professor, and so he had a lot of things that he thought were very important, meetings to go to and luncheons and things like that. But his concern was how could he do that? Would he have to leave Autumnwood without, having a car? So I told him to contact Aging Partners, and they hooked him up with all this transportation. I think he had 4 different kinds, because he had to go out in the evenings for meetings. He had to go to lunch, and all these mostly weren't medical. He's just a very social old person who was very healthy. And he finally fell and had to leave. But I heard that he got better from his fall, and he passed away on the dance floor with his girlfriend. So I thought that was a success for Aging Partners. But I also had a neighbor who just recently had to leave her home at 87, and she'd lived in her own home for 30 years, this particular home, and was driving until this past year. But all of a sudden, she was in need of services, and got her hooked up with Meals on Wheels. We could get someone to come in and help clean her home, and those kind of things. And she got to stay there another 2 years before she had to leave. So that's my main contribution, and thank you for appointing me for this is my second term. But out there, I just hear all the time that a growing need for things. The handyman is especially urgent, because people just, when you get old, you can't get up on a stepladder. My kids took mine away from me, and you just aren't able to do a lot of things, like simple things like change a light bulb. You know, who thinks about that? I've got a drippy faucet. A plumber would cost a fortune right now.
1
you know.
minute.
So there's just little things that the handyman service can do. My 87-year-old neighbor, she was just horrified that her yard, she only had 3 feet in front of her house to worry about, but it didn't look as good as other people's. And handyman came out and cleaned it up. And he came 3 times, and she just thought he was the best man in the world. So I really appreciate anything you can and everything you've done and can do for us.
Very good.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? All right, very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Emily Deeker. Next is Robert Doe.
All right. My name is Emily Deeker. It's EMILYDEEKER at 6171 Franciscan Drive here in Lincoln. I just want to first thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the StarTran Advisory Board, and I'm that board member that Kathy referenced. We also have a couple of our board members here too. We had 2 others that were unfortunately had to leave. And probably other people of the group that are having to leave because StarTran is their means of transportation. I also wanted to thank StarTran staff. They have been doing amazing work through a pandemic, creating a safe, efficient transportation network for our community. And Liz Elliott provided you with their budget proposal, which we saw last Thursday as a board. And I know that they've done a lot of work on that. It was a lot of heartache for them to figure out how to come to some sort of conclusion to provide with a budget that tries to balance everything. But the board felt that this was an opportunity for us to actually step up and be part of a board, which, you know, our role is not necessary to always think about just the budget or just what's happening from fire and protection. You guys, that's your job, right? You have to think about all those. That's the city mayor's budget. As an advisory board for public transportation, it's our role to serve as advocates for our community that uses that public transportation, creating a safe, equitable, and accessible public transportation. And so when that vote was brought to us, we did vote unanimously no. It wasn't everyone. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was 5-1, I believe. And I was the one who put forward an amendment. One of the things that we heard from our public interactions was, what about a pilot program that gives us an idea and a better job of analysis of what Fare Free really does for our community? We kind of it's kind of lumped in the TDP. It's a 680 long page document that many of us did not have time to read because we were given it to us 4 days before the public hearing. So we were not necessarily quite prepared to be able to understand the full scope of it. And many of us have spent time reading it. But I think that the issue is that this is an opportunity for you to think about it just not outside of the budget numbers, and think about it as trying to create an equitable transportation system. It will provide more ridership. It will increase equitable access. It provides access to our growing immigration community, our low income. You saw Kathy made quite a few points about how that increases, that ridership will grow, increases economic development. So it also, you've had several speakers talk about climate change and how that is, but your climate action plan has specific goals related to reducing your carbon emissions, right? And I'm trying to find it here. Let's see. And one of that is to strengthen the public transportation as a strategy. And here's your opportunity. Here's your opportunity to take care of the equity inclusion that you've said is a goal of this budget. We heard it through several items that were presented. It's a way to address your climate change by increasing riderships, which take people off of the road and puts them into a fleet that's starting to decarbonize its fleet. And it will also create an accessible, inclusive environment for the people in our community. So while I put that amendment forward, we are asking to have a 2-year pilot program, which would fund the $1.2 roughly $1 million for 2 years, so that we can assess without a pandemic, well, we're still kind of in a pandemic as referenced by all of us wearing these masks, but we're on the tail end. All of this analysis was done
1 minute
based on pre-pandemic numbers and then during a pandemic. Now we have a chance to think about how our transportation system can be invested in and how our community can be invested in over a 2-year period. And then we can reassess, what did it really do for us? And maybe it doesn't do anything, but we think that it will have a positive impact on our community. So thank you for your time. One last thing, if there are people here, we lost a lot of our people because of needing to access public transportation. But if there are people here who are in favor of fare free, would you please stand? We lost of them, so maybe not the great impact I was hoping for, but and I didn't have a baby either, but of course I might need that fire protection services because I left 3 kids at home who are making dinner right now, so. Any questions for me?
Questions? Madam?
Yes.
Ms. Deeker.
Yep.
You're not the first person. Oh, sorry. You're not the first person to talk about the Fare Free pilot program. But I do have a couple of questions. The last 2 years, StarTran has not had a fare.
Right.
So it's been fare free, and I'm curious, has any information been collected in the last 2 years? And if you're looking at those metrics, what are the metrics you're going to continue in the next 2 years? And if you haven't been collecting data, what data are you going to collect so that we have more information?
It's a great question. I don't think I'm the person that is informed enough to make that assessment. The StarTran TDP has, basic, the surveys that they asked people. They showed the ridership category starting to go up. Kathy mentioned paratransit has rebounded and increased, which again provides an accessible transit system for our community. So I am not a transportation planner and network, and I think that's something that we would need to, if you were going to flesh out a pilot program, what that looks like. So I'm sorry, I don't have the expertise there.
I would like, thank you. I appreciate the honesty. You didn't try and snow us. But I would like to know what the metrics are, and I know one of the things that we don't seem to have is a really good handle on all the demographics.
Right.
And I don't want to get into people's business. I don't want to make it too, I don't want to dissect so much, but I do want to know who's riding the bus and who we're trying to attract to ride the bus, and what we can do in that 2-year period. So as we talk about this being a pilot program, I really want to know that there's something behind it, not just fare free, but it really is going to give us information that we can use to make a decision.
Right, that's perfectly understandable and a reasonable question. One of the things, and I'm not going to remember the numbers off the top of my head because again, it's a 680-page document, and I didn't print all of it out, and I was really focused on fare free. What? I know. I'm sorry. I have 3 children. I'm lucky soccer practice got canceled tonight. But one of the things I'm remembering is I think it was something like 30% of the ridership, and if I'm getting this wrong, and Kathy is so well versed, she is an amazing board member, she keeps us on track, is low income. So one of the things that I see as a positive is we have a labor shortage, right? So how are those people getting to how are they getting their jobs? If we can provide a service, a fare-free service, that these people can get to their jobs. That's one less thing that they have to purchase. What you're probably going to get or need to do is a lot more on-board surveys, and just actually asking people. So, what is your socioeconomic status? Are you going to and from a job? Things like that. Private, just similar to what they did with the long-range TDP.
Thank you.
Yep.
The question to you, Emily. Thank you for being here. Is it something that the pilot project could go for a year to collect enough data? Well, I don't know if
that's actually what we asked at the beginning, and we proposed 2 years only because of what your budget cycle is. So if that would be an opportunity, I think that we would welcome that opportunity. Again, it was Kathy mentioned it very well. StarTran tends to give things to people and provide a service and then take it away. And so people lose the trust and how their government is funding the things that they need for their basic needs to get to and from their job, get to a grocery store. You know, I don't use public transit, I'll be honest, because I've got to be running all over the place. Nobody wants to see my gas bill. But, you know, if it's an opportunity, my son may end up having to ride it for school. So I think that it's just, again, it's providing the service, and when you start taking things away from a community, they lose their trust and they think that no one cares about them. I know I'm talking about soft things and the happy things, but at some point you have to start investing in the people that are part of your community.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if I answered your question.
Do you have more questions?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Any other questions? I do have a quick question
Yes.
for you. I didn't know if the advisory board had discussed throughout this process at all. The proposal in front of us today goes from zero and puts a fee on reduced income riders or riders with a reduced fee.
Yeah.
Any thoughts or ideas or discussions with the board at all regarding waiving that fee and getting that fee back down to zero? Because as you stated, we have to discuss an allocation of resources in our community. That's the point of the hearing that we're having today. And what we're looking at right now is an increase of fees upon transportation users that may be least able to meet that fee increase. Was there any discussion about the possibility of leaving that at zero and possibly charging folks that can pay?
I don't believe there was. Can you give me a yes or no if you remember there was? Okay. No.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Madam Clerk?
Robert Way. And the next is Brian Cranwitter and Vanessa Willing.
All right, Brian and Vanessa, you're next. Robert, take it away.
Hello, my name is Robert Way. I live at 7205 Oxford Road. And I'm going to jump right into the councilman's last question. It's a good question. It's an excellent question. And it is addressed in TTP Fair Study. I got to go back a step because I don't understand exactly how this was presented before the board earlier because it seemed a little off to me. When you read the FAIR study, it will tell you that, again, I didn't write the FAIR study. This is the FAIR study the city paid for. Ask the experts, this is their opinion, that we were way overpriced on fares. We were the highest of all our peer groups, and we had to take our fares down. So that's why you go from 175 to 125. The report also marks 3 different options. There's the zero fare option. A lot of ridership, a lot of money. There's a medium fare option. It's got a lot of things that my guess is we'd all love to see. It's got free busing for kids. It's got free busing for low-income people. Right now, we have a very strange system here in Lincoln, Nebraska. If you are low income and you go to one of several locations and tell people you're low income, you get a lower fare. But we do not, as it's stated here, actually do any income verification. So basically, we make people go face a stranger and say, I'm poor, give me something. I don't think that's what we wanted to do, but that's what we ended up doing. This is mostly a matter of timing. This 600-page report came out basically 3 weeks ago. It's an excellent report. It's got a lot of points of view, a lot of arguments within the document, but we are now faced with budget decisions, if I understood the thing, on the 5th. I'm one of the people who pushed for the 1-year pilot program. We were told that we couldn't do 1 year because of the budget. I reject that statement from the administration. You're the city council. You can raise fares whenever you want. There's nothing that keeps you from doing it. We have several structural problems right now. We haven't had people able to absorb the information they've been given. The city properly, in my opinion, hasn't been spending money because they're down on their budget to get the fare boxes in. So they're gonna have to, if they go back to fare, they're gonna have to put in all the money right up front to get there by October 17th. That's when they wanted to put fares back into place. To me, the option is right now, start the pilot program. Evaluate the pilot program. The challenge we face in public transport, which just hasn't been mentioned here, and I want to mention it, is from a financial statement, and this is, sorry, public transport doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense if we're running a business. In 2019, every ride we had to subsidize $3.85. In 2018, it was $3.61. In 2017, it was $3.54. Again, this is in the fare study, which you all have a chance to read when you're not swamped by budget concerns, which you just don't have the time to do right now. They're talking about it's going to cost a lot of money. The reason it's going to cost a lot of money is because no matter if you have fares at $1 or fares at $2,
1 minute,
we're going to lose money on every bus ride. Every time we get another person on the bus, we're going to lose people. So the city's budget, I don't think it meant to do this, but it's basically a concession. We're not going to get increased ridership, so we're not going to need more money. Because if they really thought they were going to have increased ridership with this program, they'd be requesting more money. Because the trend is it costs money. Where do we get the money? I have a suggestion. Well, I want to make one statement and one suggestion. I went and calculated the cost to the city if we got the full ridership and paid the full cost compared to the cost of the city right now. Right now, it's $3.61. If we paid the full cost, each ride would cost us $3.71. It cost us 10 cents more. Now, we'd pay for 900,000 more rides, so the city will have to spend the money. But what we're doing with that is we're creating an opportunity, in my opinion, where we can absorb this information, we can get it, we can put in a fare system that is just, not embarrassing, and right for the city. And we can do it without this constraint of, we got to get this done now because it's a timeline.
Please finish up if you could.
Absolutely. The last thing is, where can we get some of the money? Some of the money, I believe, is the change in property tax rate is 31.2. Right now, they want to change it to from 31.793 cents on every dollar tax to 31.293 cents. So basically, they want to raise it half a cent in property tax evaluation. If you just raise it 0.3 of a cent, that's $500,000. Now, what will that mean to the average homeowner? Because they want to know. That means instead.
One last point, then
absolutely,
we got to move on.
Absolutely, it'll be the difference between paying $5 more in your property tax every year.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Way. I appreciate it. Questions for Mr. Way? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
we have Brian, and the next is Vanessa Rolinga.
All right, Vanessa, you're on deck. Brian.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Brian Kranwitter, B-R-I-A-N, last name spelled K-R-A-N-N-A-W-I-T-T-E-R. I'm Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association here in Nebraska. I'm also a resident here in Lincoln at 8017 South 16th Street. And before I begin, Vanessa, my friend and colleague, she's really the expert on what I'm going to talk about. Unfortunately, she had to leave due to a personal appointment. So as I finish up discussing Double Up Food Books program, if I don't know the answer to that, Vanessa would have, but I will follow up with the council members to make sure any pertinent information is received. So with that, I'll just discuss just briefly, just for a couple minutes here, the Double Up Food Books program. This isn't an item that isn't currently funded in the Lincoln budget, nor I don't think it's ever been asked to be funded. Essentially what the program is SNAP participants can present their SNAP card at a participating vendor and I believe we have 7 or so of them here in Lincoln. And they can receive an additional $1 for fresh fruits and vegetables for every $1 they spend, up to $20 a day. And our interest in it from the Heart Association's perspective is obviously the nutrition component and prevention of cardiovascular disease. And obviously we see that as a good thing. It's been part of my family. My mom had the most serious type of heart attack called a STEMI, otherwise known as the Widowmaker. So not only professionally, but I deal with this on a personal matter as well. And the reason why we're asking Lincoln City Council for consideration of allocating and investing dollars for this program is simply because of the demand. It's been a successful program. It's been a combination of federal and private funding that's funded the program. My understanding in talking with Vanessa, who's at Nebraska Extension, who helps really coordinate the program, she's an expert in it, to keep going as we are in terms of sustainability, it would be about $225,000 a year, $225,000 I should say. So over 2 years, that'd be $450,000. And I mentioned earlier, our focus from HA perspective is, obviously the nutrition part. As a resident, I would also say there are also secondary benefits. It's also very good for our local farmers because the produce they work with local farmers to provide that for the participating vendors. So that's also a secondary benefit. And the third benefit is, the dollars that are spent in the local economy. So with that, I promised I'd be brief, but I do want to Vanessa did ask me to say just a couple of things. She said that Double Up Food Bucks reduces barriers for the SNAP recipients to support local farmers and grocery stores and allows for families to bring home more healthy food. Every $1 spent on fresh fruits and vegetables by SNAP families earns them $1 to spend on more fresh fruits and vegetables, up to $20 a day. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Brian? I think Community Action Partnership has been doing some sort of matching program through their service of purchasing fresh vegetables and fruits and then having a matching program, but not the Food Bucks program. But it's an interesting topic for discussion. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk?
We have Deborah Nicholson and Mark Nicholson.
Yes, we are Deborah and Mark Nicholson, address 6520 Rexford Drive. Oh, let me get my piece of paper here. We're here before you to voice our support for budget items that will help implement the Climate Action Plan. And first of all, I would say kudos for even having a Climate Action Plan because, as you know, if you've paid any attention, not everyone does. So I think you've already made some big steps. To be closer to family, we returned to live in the Midwest after retiring from employment with the city of Lincoln City, a tourist town on the beautiful Oregon coast. So in that move, the question we get frequently is why? Why Lincoln, maybe more specifically. And I'd like to talk a little bit about what drew us to Lincoln, but then also we want to tie this into climate action activities that we think you're pursuing. First, we're attracted to the walkable neighborhoods of affordable homes and well-maintained yards, close to parks and trails and various services. As avid golfers, we appreciate the 5 community golf courses, and we especially like that they are home to many trees and native plants, and we hope to see more of those between and around the fairways and clubhouses. We are grateful for Lincoln's urban forest that shades streets and cools our parks, trails, and yards. We're excited to see high-density, mixed-use infill development contributing to a vibrant downtown, supporting expansion of transit service, and we hope preserving agricultural land and open space at the city's edge. We love the state capitol, the Haymarket, the Sunken Gardens, Antelope Parkway, and an extensive system of parks and trails, all of which reflect a high level of community pride and investment in quality of life and a resilient future.
Since our move to Lincoln in 2019, we have taken advantage of 2 city programs that serve Climate Action Plan goals. Our extended family donated a tree to Pioneers Golf Course through the Parks Department's Memorial Gift Program. And Mark and I used a grant from the city's Stormwater Department to install a rain garden in our front yard and convert grass lawn to native sedges and other pollinator-friendly plants. We are pleased to see the mayor's proposed budget continues and expands on what we already love about Lincoln. Mark and I have been fortunate to find good housing in nice neighborhoods. We wish the same for everyone who appreciate continued funding for quality infill. Older homes provide affordability and character that new development cannot, but we recognize the challenge of making them safe and energy efficient. We applaud the line items funding rental rehab and the removal of lead service lines and contaminants from our water. Since streets occupy so much of our urban land, I'm guessing 25%, we hope budgeted improvements will make streets more attractive for travelers and nearby residents. The presence of street trees, for example, slows traffic speed, reduces heat and glare from the pavement, making streets safer, quieter, and more comfortable for travel. We support transit improvements to increase ridership, another way to reduce climate impact by getting people out of their cars. As our climate warms, heat and drought are likely to lead to more fires, so we accept the need to increase firefighters and equipment. We are reassured that the city is looking for new water sources and ways to conserve, which will become increasingly important. Education is key to learning how to live well but responsibly in our changing climate. We strongly support budgeting for an environmental health educator.
1 minute.
Environmental justice is basic to living our best lives together as a community in a changing climate. Employing a city hall staff that represents our diverse population brings all voices to the table on a daily basis, raising awareness of environmental impacts on neighborhoods across the city. We thank the city for moving to the use of electric vehicles, sequestering carbon, and otherwise reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And finally, in our changing climate, we are relieved to see increased investments in trees, parks, and trails. After all, they are the city's lungs and nature's air conditioners. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you both. Do we have questions?
Thank you.
All right. See
Welcome
none.
to Lincoln.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next 2.
Next, Gary Nelson. On deck would be Herbert Foltz.
All right, Gary and Herbert, come on down.
Afternoon, I'm Gary Nelson, and I live at 5841 Margot Drive. And I was the gentleman that was last year at their budget hearing, and I know last year approved $500,000 of potential property tax that would go to the city, but instead you gave that back to the people. That come out to $4.13. And so as I was talking to Richard on my way to one football game, I used mine to buy an ice cream treat. And last year I tried to give you $10 each and challenge you to give that much back to the taxpayers or not use that much of their money. But I was told that COVID, and so I didn't bring my $10. I was actually thinking about bringing $20. I'm kind of a smart aleck, so excuse me. When we were talking earlier about the perspective, a long-term perspective of the budget, and I looked online and they talked about $210 million, $226 million, and now the proposals are $243 and $253. Plus we had all of the pandemic money from last year, that 40-some million that was also allocated, used, and will be used. And one of the things I do not know, which would be helpful, and that is what the assessed value is going to be for next year, because the tax rate really doesn't mean anything until you know what the assessed value is. Those two factors, so you can reduce it by 1% like the city, and not the city, the county and the school did, but what does that really mean? And so the bottom line comes down, what am I going to have to pay for property taxes? And I don't have any problems with sales tax because I have control over that. I can decide not to buy something or spend something. And then I don't have any problem with the occupational tax. If I don't want to go to a Nebraska game because I don't want to spend that extra 2% or eat out, I can control that. Fees, I can control those to a certain extent. But property tax, I have absolutely no control over. Somebody else decides how much my home is worth, and another person decides what the levy and how it's going to be spent. And so the 1.2 million that was in that flyer that come out, that basically says that we're going to give $10 back to the taxpayer, which is pretty small. At least last year, the county and the school gave 1 point back to the taxpayer. And earlier, 3% in fees. I heard, well, at first I was kind of counting them up and how many new staff members, and I was getting to 12, and then somebody else said that there was 40. So again, being a former math teacher, my math probably wasn't very good in that regard. And then StarTran, they were talking about the 1.185 million with the no fees, but then they also added in the part about the 600,000 needed in additional equipment. So we're talking 2 million realistically. And all of those programs that people talked about today, I think are very, very important. They are good quality programs, but at the same time, where does the taxpayer come in who wants to have control over that? And I'm sure you're well aware, as many other people are, that inflation's at 9.1%. And so I would like the city council to really refrain and help the taxpayers. I have a little bitty pickup, a Toyota Tacoma, and it cost me $66 because I was waiting for the prices to go down. And it didn't matter. It did matter. But it amazed me that a tank full of gas was that much. And so I have solutions too. One of them would be tax increment financing. We give 10% off taxes to richer corporations, but are you going to give me a little bit of money to replace the first 2 blocks in my driveway? No. You probably won't. But if we reduce that from 10% to 9%, last year at this time there was $76 million given in tax increment financing. If we had switched that from 10 to 9, there's 7.6. I don't know what the end of the year, but I would guess it would be close to 100 million. Well, then we're going to free up 10 million that could go back to the taxpayers. And the other thing in regard to development also is those impact fees. When was the last time they were increased? The discussion 4, 5, 6 years ago, they held the line on them because it was a downturn in the market, and that was a way for building more affordable homes. But if somebody else is not paying for it, then somebody else is. My dad said the only fair tax is the one that somebody else has to pay.
Hi.
And so that's kind of where I come from. I've always balanced my budget, but I know what my intake has always been. But when somebody else takes part of that intake, then it's hard to balance your budget. So thanks much for letting me express my concern. I challenge you to be frugal. I don't think giving people everything is the best. My dad said, you want it, you go work for it, you buy it. So thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you. Questions at all? Seeing none. All right, Madam Clerk.
We have Herbert Foltz.
Foltz.
Foltz?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Herbert Foltz. I live at 3920 X Street, and I'm here in support of the AG Partners budget.
Sir, we actually do have a mic for you if you'd like.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm all right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I used to work at Aging Partners, and now I use Aging Partners. I don't drive anymore, and they pick me up, take me down. I eat a meal and talk to my fellow elder citizens. And I'm a baby boomer. I don't know how many of you guys are close to being retired, but Aging Partners provides the best place, I think, in town for retirees to come to. There's plenty of help there, transportation, and everybody's excited about the new center that's going to be at Victory. You know, is the Gardner Park out to the Veterans Hospital.
Yeah.
Everyone's excited about that. They just can't wait to get there. But I think we're going to need more transportation because people are going to want to come from all over town to go there. And that's what I hear. Everybody wants to go there. So the more money that you can give Aging Partners, I think we'll be happy with that. Maybe more. But we appreciate what you're doing. And when you guys turn that age, you can come down there and see what it's all about. Because we all got to get that old someday.
Very good.
Thank you.
Questions at all? Nope, very good.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, who are the next two?
Jason Ball. Next would be Bud Seinhorst.
Do we have is Jason here? Okay.
All right. And Bud?
Thank you.
Hey, Jason.
Council members, good evening. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Beckius, members of the council. I'm Jason Ball, President and CEO of the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce and Lincoln Partnership for Economic Development. I'm here representing our 1,600 program investors and stakeholders in the business community in general today. We are located at 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 100. This is an exciting time for Lincoln as the Chamber CVB and the Lincoln Partnership just launched our process for strategic planning with an eye towards business and community initiatives that will grow the economy and drive Lincoln to our next step in the life of this city. Past successes like Pinnacle Bank Arena happened because stakeholders in the business community worked with the city and the university to do something previously thought to be unattainable. We value our working relationship with the administration and this council in maintaining the city's economic development efforts through the Lincoln Partnership for Economic Development to support commercial and tourism growth. And it is with this large community-wide view of business growth that the Chamber would like to offer our comments for the record on just a few items in particular with impact to economic growth in Lincoln. First, the proposed budget by the administration devotes revenues to areas I think we all can agree are needed, namely those in public safety. Without question, a safe environment is essential for businesses to grow and thrive in Lincoln. We are very supportive of the mayor's proposal to emphasize the importance of the work being done in economic development and workforce development by adding a position in the mayor's office to focus on economic development and housing affordability in Lincoln. These are two critical areas that will require additional attention to ensure the long-term economic vitality of Lincoln. Both job creation projects as well as housing development are complex and require the unified collaboration of city staff across those departments. We find it reasonable to assign a team member to facilitate interdepartmental collaboration when it is necessary. The Chamber is also supportive of the additional FTEs proposed in the city's building and safety department. The business community has been consistent in its desire to maximize the speed of planning, permitting, and approvals. In a city that has seen record permits in the past year and on track to break that record again this year, it is understandable that more staff would be necessary to accommodate that increased workload. And likewise, the business community anticipates seeing the impacts of that investment through streamlined processes and minimize response times. Again, I want to impress on the council, and I'm sure many of you also received this input, that these are priorities that are a direct reflection of the input that we receive from business owners and developers through the Lincoln Partnership for Economic Development business visits that we go on and the general work of the Chamber. The Chamber appreciates that these two proposals are, at least in part, a response to ongoing conversations we've been having with this administration. In our view, this is a productive outcome of having committed people interested in building up our community. The Chamber would also like to express our support for the one-time transfer of $1 million from cash reserves to the Fast Forward Fund. Last March, we celebrated the use of a portion of the Fast Forward Fund for a job creation project in Lincoln, and we shared our concerns at that time about the remaining balance left in the fund. If Lincoln is going to continue to be competitive for future opportunities, the Fast Forward Fund will be an important tool for growth, and we appreciate the council's efforts to replenish that fund. Finally, the Chamber appreciates the proposed reduction of the city's mill levy. Again, this reflects the input we received from business owners about the need for cost-effective and responsive government. This helps us be more competitive for business growth and investment in Lincoln. I thank you for our time this evening. On behalf of the Chamber, I would be happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Ball? All right.
Council, thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who's after Bud?
Gene Hanlon.
All right, Gene, you're on deck. Bud, sir, take it
Uh,
away.
thank you, members of the council. Bud Seinhorst, President and CEO of the Lincoln Independent Business Association, 3601 Calvert Street, Suite 29. Here today to comment on behalf of our membership on the proposed budget in front of the council. Since the budget was made public, we've invested a lot of hours with our membership, having discussions around the budget, talking about the budget, meeting with several of you and talking about issues that we saw in the budget, or having conversations about the budget. And also want to thank Lynn Heaton, John Carlson, Sherry Wolf, and Liz Elliott from the city, who have taken time out of their schedules to meet with us and visit about various matters within the budget. We appreciate that, and we believe a good open dialogue is very important throughout this process. One of the cornerstones and issues that we continually talk about as the Lincoln Independent Business Association, and we comment on, is public safety. Public safety is a vital piece of our community. It's something very important to our business owners as they've seen issues and the need for increase in public safety through officers and also investment in Lincoln Fire and Rescue. So we appreciate that investment in our budget and in our community. We also appreciate the importance and understand the importance of infrastructure within our community. There's $60 million infused in the budget to build, maintain, and repair our roads. Will improve our quality of service we see in the city. We also appreciate the addition of that $1 million into the Fast Forward Fund as an investment in our community, and also providing investment in much needed business growth around our community. Over the last 2 years, as we all know, our business owners and small business owners in the community have endured a lot and come through a lot as we've gone through this pandemic. And straight through the pandemic now, we're going into times of very inflationary prices that are impacting their business. It's impacting their employees on the everyday items. It's not just certain items, it's everything we see every day. And we see that increase in what the community and their employees are paying for gas, what they're paying for groceries, what they're paying for supplies, and just everything on a day-to-day basis. Those are impacting our community and impacting the employees of these businesses at a very high rate. We're experiencing record high inflation that we haven't seen since the early 1980s. A recent study from the Wall Street Journal showed that wages are up 4.6%, and in a normal year, we'd think that's really good. When you factor in inflation, it's actually having a negative impact, which is happening to all of the members of our community and our employees from our small businesses. Our economic growth is steady right now, but we're seeing some declines in certain areas, and that's an area for concern. So with some of these investments in the budget, we see things in maybe investment in employees and some of those other areas. And the question really is, are those necessary at this time? Is there a way that we can be more efficient with the resources that we do have and take a look at some of those investments? At this time, when we're seeing the things that are happening to the business community financially, with inflation, with higher costs of goods, with higher receipt of materials, and the crisis of trying to just get materials to build a house or to build a commercial property, or as we've seen in several different areas, the shelves sometimes don't have basic items or are very low on basic items, which I'm sure we've all experienced. This is a time where I think it's good for the city to take a look and say, where can we maybe show a little restraint? Is a 7% increase in the budget overall the best investment and the best time to be doing this because of what our businesses are experiencing, because of what the employees are experiencing, and other issues that we're seeing in our community? I appreciate your time and the opportunity to be here today. Thank you.
Questions for Bud?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, who's on deck?
Next would be Mark Watermeyer.
Very good. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Gene Hanlon. That's Hanlon. I live at 2710 Ryan Street here in Lincoln. And I'm here today to support the biennial budget that's before you today because it includes funding to implement some strategies of the 6-year climate action plan and help build much needed resiliency in our community. However, I'd like to see more funding. Much of the funding in the budget is directed toward initiatives within local government, such as transitioning to electric vehicles or making energy improvements to facilities. These are important initiatives without a doubt. Yet it's also important for the city to allocate resources to help meet the challenges of the climate crisis on an individual basis, an individual level in our community. I encourage you to approve the Councilman Shoby's proposal to add $300,000 each fiscal year to help educate and incentivize the installation of electric heat pumps when their natural gas systems go out. According to census data, 63% of Lincoln households, that's over 73,000 households in Lincoln, use natural gas as their heating source. Most of these systems will need to be replaced in the next 15 to 20 years. I'd like to see the city have a comprehensive approach to help builders and homeowners transition voluntarily from fossil fuels to electric systems that can be powered by renewable energy. As you know, this biennial budget takes the city 2/3 of the way through the implementation of the 6-year climate action plan. There's an urgency in fighting the challenges of the climate crisis. Not only do we need to meet the city's goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 80% and LAS's goal of net zero energy, but we also must have systems in place when federal and state dollars become available to help us in achieving these goals. I'm hopeful about the recent news of the Senate's Inflation Reduction Act that includes funding to electrify low and moderate income households. If it's approved, it could help greatly in Lincoln's efforts to meet its climate goals. To ensure the success of Councilman Shoby's proposal, it's imperative that the city convene an advisory committee made up of the stakeholders involved in this issue: home builders, heating and air conditioning contractors, existing government energy assistance programs, LES, landlords, lenders, UNL energy experts, environmental advocates. This is a complex issue in reducing our greenhouse gas initiatives. This committee could help do the following. It could help develop the best approach to overcome the barriers of installing heat pumps when natural gas systems go out and when we're constructing new housing units. It could help implement a pilot project to test the program in a specific neighborhood here in Lincoln. And it would help evaluate to see if it achieves the desired results and help identify funding sources to fully implement an expanded program. The Climate Action Plan was unanimously approved by City Council members in fiscal year 2021. If a city hopes to be successful in implementing the strategies of the Climate Action Plan, it must create incentives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the household and business level. Councilman Shoby's proposed project does that. And it also meets the intent of 4 of the strategies listed in the Community Climate Action Plan. Please don't delay action on this until the final 2 years of the Climate Action Plan. Amend the biennial budget now to include Councilman Shoby's project to educate and incentivize the use of heat pumps. I really appreciate your time tonight and your service to Lincoln, and I especially appreciate Councilman Shoby's leadership on this issue. Thank you.
Any questions for Gene? Okay, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, who's after Mark?
Terry Euland.
All right.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mark Watermeyer. I live at 2554 Woodsdale Boulevard, Lincoln, Nebraska 68502. I am here tonight to speak with regard to the Building and Safety's proposed budget. I have been in construction a long time, my whole life, and I've dealt with building and safety throughout all those years. I have seen building and safety grow tremendously, and I just want to say they do a wonderful job. They are going hard, and I'm worried about them burning out. I'm really happy to see that there are 2 FTEs planned to come in at the plan review. And I'm also happy to see that they're being proactive and bringing in another electrical inspector, because right now, as I understand, there are 4, and Lincoln is split up into the 4 quadrants, and so by having this 5th, I think is proactive. I think that it's a good way to go, and right now I would really like to see them be able to get the staff that they need to do the 10-day turnaround. I'm passionate about this because I think that they do a really, really good job, and it's been extremely difficult for them to turn out the initial plan review within 10 days. I think if anything, the word needs to get out to my peers that the associates, the engineers, and the architects need to do a better job on their plans, because the people behind the counter are spending so much time grading homework, and then they have to go back and go in through the review again. So I guess all I'm really trying to say is that I'm very much in favor to see this happen. I truly hope that they get the 2 additional staff members that they need for plan review, and I thank you for your time.
Any questions for Mark? All right, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, who's after Terry?
I believe it's Vishnu Reddy.
Good afternoon, Council Chair and members. My name is Terry Euland. My address is 4210 South 37th Street. I recently retired, but previously served as the Executive Director of the Downtown Lincoln Association and NeighborWorks Lincoln, not at the same time. I remain involved in the community in several ways, including a board member for Community Development Resources, an organization working to provide financial resources for affordable housing across Lincoln. This is the organization that Mark Hansen so eloquently described earlier this evening. I'd like to start by thanking the City Council for all the support you've given to increasing affordable housing and improving neighborhoods over the last few years. Those policy changes and additional resources are both making a real difference in our community. The proposed 2022-2024 city budget continues that good work with community investments in programs, staff, and facilities that support continued growth in economic opportunity and quality of life, including affordable housing. Securing an affordable place to live is more than just the cost of rent, mortgage, and utilities. It's also about healthy housing and healthy families. It's about safe neighborhoods with access to well-maintained parks, trails, and playgrounds. It's about dependable utility services and transportation options, including well-maintained streets, good sidewalks, and public transit. It's about public safety personnel and programs to protect people and property. In other words, we want to support strong neighborhoods for the affordable housing that exists within them. The package of investments in the 22-24 budget does a good job of addressing affordable housing in a comprehensive way. It provides funding directly for affordable housing projects. At the same time, it also funds sidewalk improvements, additional tree planting and maintenance, expanded parks and library services, residential street repairs, water main replacements, lead service line replacements, and important public safety and health investments. As Lincoln grows, it's important that existing neighborhoods with existing affordable housing continue to receive investment and support. In other words, it's important to build the new housing that we're talking about, but as city staff probably tells you, but I will repeat it to you, most of your affordable housing already exists in the neighborhoods, and we have to keep being mindful of maintaining the quality of life in that affordable housing. And we should continue to partner with developers who are including new affordable housing units when they construct new projects and build new neighborhoods. Just one example of the many public-private partnerships that are central to the success we've had in Lincoln, growing both our economy and our quality of life. For that success to continue, the public side of the partnership needs to hold up its end, and this budget does that. Having served as executive director for 2 organizations, I understand the importance of hiring talented staff to meet the needs of a growing mission. The city is no different. As Lincoln grows, city staffing must also grow in order to continue to provide for community needs like public health and safety, strong neighborhoods, etc. So I applaud the choice to invest some of the resources provided by our growing economy to not only increase and improve facilities and programs, but also to hire talented staff members to actually run the programs and deliver the service. Putting together a budget is always a complex process. Understanding the many needs of people across the community, focusing investments where they can provide maximum benefits, and making sure that our economy continues to grow and thrive in order to provide the resources to invest. I support the proposed 22-24 budget and encourage your votes to approve the many positive investments into our community it contains. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for your service on the council.
Questions for Terry? All right, see none. Thank you. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
I'll call again. Vishnu Reddy.
Mr. Reddy was here previously. I think he might have left.
Okay, next up would be Danae Kalkowski. And after Ms. Kalkowski would be Terry Pope Gonzalez.
Good evening, members of the council. Danae Kalkowski, 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 105. Here today representing Southwest Folsom Development and my many other developer clients who are in the business of working with the city to develop new areas that provide housing and services for our growing community. While the pandemic may have slowed down many sectors of our economy, fortunately it did not and really has not slowed down development or construction activity within our community. We continue to see pressure to open up new areas for growth and development in all quadrants of our city, which requires extension of city infrastructure to provide services needed to open these areas up. We have clients still working on projects in Southwest Lincoln. With the coming of the new Beltway opening, there's pressure for a lot of development to the south, continued growth in Stevens Creek area, and then even to the north up there around the new high school. So every quadrant of our city is still seeing pressure for development. I'm appearing today in support of the biennial budget, and in particular the budget's investment in streets and transportation, water and sanitary sewer, infrastructure. That's the backbone for opening up new areas to provide growth opportunities for our community. The budget continues to implement reasonable increases in water and sanitary sewer rates to support not only maintenance that we need for our current system, but also extensions of new lines into growth areas. The city's commitment that it's shown over a multi-year period of implementing these rate increases has really been fruitful, I think, with the growth we've had in our community, and we want to see that continue so the growth can continue. Streets and transportation budget also continues investment in new growth areas with our quarter-cent sales tax. However, I think we all know even with these dollars, we still continue to experience challenges for funding our roads, not only for new growth areas, but also for our existing community areas and also redeveloping areas. We're seeing a lot of pressure there. We have continued concern that street investment's not enough to keep up and that we may continue to follow further behind, especially when we recognize the finite period that we have for our quarter-cent sales tax. We do appreciate and support the strong public-private partnership approach this community has had for working together to grow our community and to plan areas for growth in our community. It's imperative to continue to provide inventory for a variety of housing types and price ranges in all quadrants of our city, so we can provide opportunities for and serve the needs of everyone who lives in our community. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but appreciate the good work that the city's doing and just want to continue it.
Any questions for Danae? Good.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, who's after Terry?
Raina Engel Harwell.
Come on down. We'll set you up at one of the podiums here. Terry?
What's the name?
I believe it's Raina.
Raina?
Yep. Yeah. Come on down. You're fine.
Hey, Thelma Crutch. Do you know my husband's name? His name is Moon. Marty Moon. Now, who's the little boy that the paper said was emotional? That you? I'm so sorry they did that. Because listen, my boys, they get paid by the ton. They in the international local 21. Now, international is what I said. Now, even if you got to me, that Billy Badass dog I have, when he calls 911, guess where it goes? Denver Police Department. You know where Denver is? Can I find Denver? Of course. Can I find Offutt Air Force Base? Well, his badge number is 1101. I was on the phone with him. We were trying to figure out who killed Mr. Hanna. You guys remember Mr. Hanna? Okay, over there by the fire station, over somewhere, Belmont, right? I said, hey, Chad. He calls me, what's he call me? It's not your business, but anyway, he says, where are you going? I said, well, I got to be at the Union Hall. I said, I just passed a sign that said Seward. He said, you going where? I said, Omaha. He said, Nebraska? I said, well, yeah. So I'm not from Nebraska, am I? Nope. Now listen, if you came to my house and said, I got to be at First and Cornhusker, you know what I'd tell you? Take a flying hike, because I don't have time. I really don't. Yeah, that was so out of line for them to call you emotional. Now my boys, I can shut down Offutt Air Force Base. How come? Now, which one is going to be mayor? Because this is how it works. Now you the little boy that said he couldn't get it done, right? Now that man, do I know him? Well, maybe. Do I have time for him? No. Does he know I don't have time for him? Yeah. Now, my dog, my four-legged dog. Now, if you ask my dog, my four-legged dog, if you have a squash or a carrot, he eats carrots. Please don't discuss your pee-pee. Call it a carrot. Because Al Capone, now you address him as Sir Al Capone. Now, would you shoot him? Probably not. See, I owner. Now, so, there's a trustee sale, really? Here, let's read this. Who's your bomb technician? I didn't see somebody there. And you know that building when you come in, it does not say the Gaylor Baird Trust Account. Here we go. Now, you got any idea when I retired here? And this is not a tweak mark. It's a cat. I got 65 of them. Would you like one? I have dogs. Now, when the police have to come, they have to come in droves. How come? Because I believe in open carry. It's a man back there. Now, I called him Fat Boy. How come? Well, he born in 1982. He getting fat sitting here. So, maybe he needs to be on foot patrol. Because you know the tweaks now. They got those Class A #1, what? Electric bicycles. She said, tweak. Oh, my God. She said, a tweak. Now, I had called ahead. Here, let's read this. Wednesday, July 20th, 2022. Public notices. 1, 2, 3, down. Combined notice of, is my butt showing? Notice of finding of no significant impact of notice of intent to release, no, to request release of funds. July 20th, 2022, you guys read the rest. Request for release of funds on or about August 5th, 2022. The city, I got time still?
1 minute.
Okay, I can do a lot of damage in a minute. Would you like, now you guys on the highway? You on I-80? You on I-70? Here's another name for you. Kendall Leroy Morris. Dead on impact. August 2nd, 2016, at the Colby, Kansas exit, a meth head drove over the top of him. And Aunt Tanny, named Aletha Ann, you know where the Goodland, Kansas cemetery is? Go look at the names in there. They got names. Oh my heavens, who's that lady? Hey, you want to know who Mr. Ron Pella is? Mr. Pella? He's got to call the priest and stay with the body until my people get here. Now, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. My people are called full bird colonels. Now, I got a full bird colonel listening to me. Ain't that something? I don't even know what color he is.
Who's next, Madam Clerk?
After Rena is Mike Eckert.
All right, my name's Raina Engelhard, R-A-I-N-A, last name E-N-G-E-L-H-A-R-D. I do have some images that I kind of arranged in a Google Slides presentation. It's tinyurl.com/LNK, near south, all one word. So that'll kind of illustrate some things. I promise there's not any viruses or anything. So basically I'm here to support adding staff that can fast track things, then further.
Could you state your URL?
Yes, tinyurl.com/LNK near south, all one word. Yes, that is it.
Aren't you quick?
So yeah, I'm here to support adding staff that can fast track things, then further housing and building and safety enforcement, because I too am worried about building and safety becoming worn out. So I'm using Near South to kind of illustrate some things. Near South is also Lincoln's oldest, densest, most diverse, most central, and most ailing neighborhood. I want to make sure that any infill that comes with affordable housing doesn't end up like Near South's infill, which is largely neglected. So to start out, there's cost of property management. There are reports of no AC or heat, including renters with small children, living with roof leaks for months, discarded furniture on the curb for weeks, hallway leaks, soggy paint chipping, charging for parking even though tenants rented from previous building owners and were told they'd be factored in with free parking. Reviews indicate they've threatened people with immigration and customs enforcement. They take application fees and don't get back to applicants, roaches, mice, a practice of keeping deposits and charging people for things that were broken upon moving in. They don't answer phones. Behind my house, there's a broken play structure that children still play on. Grills on balconies, which is obviously a fire hazard. They have 2.4 stars on Google and 1.9 on Facebook. Nebraska RAS, another common property management company near South, has 2.9 stars on Google and 1.5 on Yelp with 14 Yelp reviews. Poor management means more turnaround, which means more trash. You'll see images of stolen Russ's carts being used for rummaging, and obviously that's a health hazard. There's no quiet hours or covenant of peace. Base keeps up the whole block because their apartments in the alley. Because of Near South, this is just kind of, let's see. So CASA may be preying on immigrants, as I mentioned, people with little resources to advocate for themselves, and that's relevant because Nebraska resettled the most refugees per capita in 2016. So back to building and safety, Smoker's Corner, which is on 17th and Washington, has been reported a couple times starting in April and has not been addressed yet. When you call the commercial division, they were not aware of where it was or that it's been reported. And again, they're very busy. They don't always have time for that. Then there's the house that burned throughout on 1723 South 20th. In the county assessor picture from 2018, it has trash on the porch. The house next to it does, and their addition, like I said, actually burned throughout, and they use it as storage now. And that's a block away from Prescott Elementary, so kids are walking that main route. So that's a concern for pests, fire, obviously just trash encroaching on the sidewalk. And then again, you'll see things with trees. This kind of comes in with, the carbon sequestration people are talking about. Last year, the forestry board, or the chair of the forestry board, failed to inform Parks and Rec in Near South that many trees were being removed for the water line. My own parents had a private tree company show up in their driveway. And in one of the last slides in the presentation, you'll see that he's not wearing a hard hat and he's not wearing a fall arrest system in the bucket truck. That is unacceptable and makes people question funding for trees and other things that the city is doing. I called Parks and Rec. They had no idea that it was being removed, and they halted it for a minute, but eventually did proceed, and that tree has not been replaced since March of 2021. That's relevant because trees do sequester carbon, especially large ones like the 100-year-old pin oaks in Near South. Someone mentioned that they reduce driving speeds, and that study is also in the presentation links. Provide shade, lower bills, filter water, prevent erosion, sediment runoff, improve property values if well kept, mitigate flooding, and reduce driving speeds. And again, we're the Arbor Day state, so we should, be prioritizing those kind of things. Let's see what else.
1 minute.
Sure. And then again, what are we doing to prioritize owner-occupied in Near South? We have Oxford houses proliferating, and they're profiting off of the Section 8 waiting list and people's ineligibility for Section 8. Then there's also property management companies, of course, that can outbid any regular person that's seeking to live in a house owner-occupied. And then also Airbnbs. Nebraska has nation-leading correctional overcrowding, and the newest group home is 13 men in a house with 2 bathrooms. I don't think that's really a great situation to be in, nor is it a solution to affordable or supportive housing. And I think that further funds for skilled mental health people will help, so Near South doesn't have to absorb that much of that kind of burden for needs of housing of that type. That's really all I got besides what's in all the images that kind of speak for themselves. Thank you.
Questions for Raina? Okay, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, who's after Mike?
Tracy Core.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mike Eckert with Civil Design Group, 8535 Executive Woods Drive. As many of you know, our firm specializes in working for the development community and the home building community. And so I wanted to come up today and express my support for several things here. The first one of which is the new FTEs for building and safety, particularly the plan reviewers, the 2 positions there. The plan reviewers have a big job to do in terms of the scope of what they have to review, and it also involves a lot of interaction with the planning department. And so the more of them that we have, I think the more they can obtain that goal of having that first review comments back on those building permits in 15 days. They're currently they would be here to tell you that they're lacking, but our community has grown and the positions haven't. I was kind of shocked to realize there's only 5 of them in a town of almost 300,000 people. That's as many mayoral aides as we have. We have plan reviewers. So I think 2 more is going to be something that is really going to help us on getting those permits reviewed faster and getting those buildings started quicker, which helps with the supply in our community. The second item I wanted to come down and speak in favor of is 9P and 9Q on your agenda, which is the water and wastewater increases. I try to make a point to come down here every time they're on here because we have incredibly cheap water and wastewater fees. In my household, when I do the math, it works out to be about a penny per gallon. That's what it costs me for water, and it costs me a little less than a penny a gallon to send the wastewater out the house. And of all things I buy during the course of my day, I value those about as much as anything. So for the average household, you're spending more on a cup of coffee at Starbucks than you're spending on your water and sewer for the day. Those rate increases are needed for the same reasons that Danae Kalkowski articulated earlier. We've got older mains, as that young lady just spoke about, that need repaired. We've got new mains that need to be expanded to serve the growth areas. We need to explore a second source of water. We need to bump up our Teresa Street treatment plant. We need to stay on top of the environmental regulations that are handed down to them. So I speak in favor of those as well. And my last comment is just on roads and the roads funding. And it's great that we've got the Lincoln on the Move funds. I really think we, in the next year or two, have got to take a look at additional sources, perhaps looking into some more highway allocation bonds. I noticed in the budget our debt service is only 3.6% of our budget. And I think sometimes, especially when it comes to roads, we should not be afraid to look at increasing some of that debt service with those things related to the highway allocation bonds. And so, and we've got the impact fees, we've got the Lincoln on the Move projects, but we're going to need to substitute that. I still think from a building perspective, we're really in a deficit because there's also water and sewer mains added to those projects. I know that the development community back in January and February increased roughly a 40% across the board increase in water and sewer pipe costs. So Brian Kramer and Nick and the water department as well are also experiencing those same rate increases. So I promote all these things for the betterment of our community. I've said this to many of you before that I think it is increasing the supply of new housing that really helps with the whole affordable housing issue that we're dealing with. It's akin to what's happening in automobiles. When we can't produce enough new vehicles, used vehicles become very expensive. And that's what's happening in our community with our housing. So I would request that you support those new building and safety positions, the water and wastewater increases, the road things, as well as the fast forward fund dollars that Jason Ball commented. So I appreciate all your service, and you've got a lot to juggle here, but those are some important items I wanted to express on behalf of my firm and our clients. So thank you very much.
Very good. Any questions for Mike? All right, very good. Madam Clerk, who's after Tracy Core?
Carrie Kalkorf.
All right, very good. Commissioner, please.
Hi, good evening. I originally was going to say good afternoon, but that's not working anymore, is it? Yeah. So Tracy Core, 1001 South 37th Street. I'm here today in support of the 22-24 city budget and all the good things it's going to deliver for our community and specifically for our neighborhoods. I've been involved with neighborhoods now for almost 20 years. Neighborhood leaders have always appreciated the work that city staff, the mayor's office, the city council do to make sure that residents are engaged and the budget reflects what the community is requesting. The 22-24 city budget does a great job of providing investment in the important services, programs, and infrastructure that neighborhoods need to continue to be great places to live, play, and raise a family. I want to thank the council and the mayor for the smart investments and policy choices over the last 2 years that resulted in making our community one of the safest places to be and one of the fastest cities to rebound economically from the pandemic. Those choices included cutting the budget 2 years ago and asking departments to delay purchases of equipment and delay hiring staff. Last year's budget began the process of reinvesting and refueling our economy. Sorry, I scrolled too far here. For those of you that know me, this is huge that I'm all going electronic right now. Let's see here. Now we're seeing the benefits of record building and development here in the community and the increase in sales tax that allows us to reinvest back into the community. Some in the community have said that we shouldn't reinvest those resources into public safety, infrastructure, neighborhood services, customer service. They say we should follow the example of the county and the Lincoln Public Schools and approve a flat budget. However, I want to point out that sales tax is a funding resource that the county and Lincoln Public Schools do not have. They are not investing because they do not have the benefit of sales tax funding to do so. The proposed city budget, on the other hand, takes those sales tax resources from a growing economy and reinvests them to ensure our economic engine and quality of life remain strong. Yes, that means the size of the budget grows, a modest 3.5% average over the last 5 years. And yes, that means that we're hiring additional city team members in order to provide the programs, facilities, and great customer service that community residents and businesses depend on. Lincoln is home to nearly 300,000 people. The city of Lincoln is a major employer of nearly 2,300 team members. This budget proposes to increase the size of that team by approximately 2.5%. That's a reasonable and very smart investment in organizational growth. It's the equivalent of a business with 100 employees hiring 2 or 3 more team members. The number of new people or the size of the budget is not really the story. The story is how they are supporting the amazing outcomes that we are growing here in Lincoln. Specifically, this budget supports strong neighborhoods by investing over $1.5 million in sidewalk repair and maintenance. It increases funding for parks, trails, and playgrounds that neighborhood families and kids depend on for safe, healthy activity. This budget improves neighborhood safety, not only by hiring more police officers and firefighters, but also by providing for mental health support and other public health programs. In addition, we are funding important neighborhood services like libraries, pools, community centers, and senior centers. The small utility fee increases benefit both older and newer neighborhoods. My understanding is that this budget provides over 7 miles of water main replacement in older neighborhoods and hires additional water and wastewater field staff to deal with maintenance and repairs. That's really important when you realize some of our water main lines are over 100 years old. The Lincoln water system is also replacing dangerous lead water service lines in older parts of town that pose a health hazard to kids and families. This budget also includes funding to increase water quality and continue planning for a second water source to keep our water supply safe and flowing. That's a lot of value in support of strong neighborhoods in our community now and into the future for a small increase in fees. I sometimes hear people say that lower income families will be hurt by even small fee or service charge increases, and I agree that we should be mindful of that. You should also consider, however, that those same families may very well want to contribute their extra $1 a month for utility bills to ensure that their neighborhood utilities are reliable and available. Remember, it's balancing against a $1.2 million tax rate cut. In the end, we all contribute a little in order to generate a lot of community benefit. I'm happy to say that the 2022-2024 budget does just that. It supports our continued economic growth and it invests in our future. Thank you for your service and your hard work on this budget. I urge you to pass it with the current levels of investment across our community, including hiring new city team members. Your support of the budget will, in turn, support Lincoln's steady growth and high quality of life. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions for Tracy?
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you
Tracy,
again for your service.
Thank you for your service to the city of Lincoln. We appreciate that very much as a planning commissioner. Madam Clerk, who is next?
Carrie Calworth.
And after that?
Next would be Mr. Todd Ogden.
And who's after Todd?
Miss Tammy Frank.
All right. Todd, you're up.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Todd Ogden. I'm president of the Downtown Lincoln Association, 206 South 13th Street. And happy to be here today. Appreciate all of your time to listen to all this stuff. And I'm in my downtown street walking uniform today. So it's been a nice hot day to observe what's going on downtown. And I like what I see overall. Obviously, you know, downtown we're going to have some issues pop up. And always for us, clean and safe is top priority for downtown Lincoln. And we've been fortunate for the most part, especially when you look at other downtowns around the world where there are a lot more incidents. So we have certainly a vibrant downtown, but again, when we have certain instances where we have either loiterers or those individuals experiencing homelessness, we're very fortunate to have the presence that we have downtown with our police presence and our social work presence with Centerpoint and having our social workers out there to work with them. So I think I'm very pleased with where we're at with those situations, and I'm pleased that was approved in the last budget. And for this budget, for us, clean and safe, one of the best things we can have for keeping downtown clean and safe is a vibrant downtown. And that is a huge priority for us. When we have an active downtown, not only is it actually clean and safe, the perception of clean and safe, but people are there, they feel safe, they feel happy, and we continue to grow. So that's always going to be a priority for us. And we're really pleased with a lot of the plans moving forward. We're working with the city, the mayor's office, office, planning, urban development, and a lot of the things that planning and urban development have in the CIP moving forward for vibrancy, like our O Street entryway corridor, that will be huge for downtown and keeping that area active. So we know there's activity to keep it clean and safe. Irrigation's another thing too that our maintenance crew definitely prioritizes to make sure that stays clean. I know there's been some issues with irrigation in the past, and we're certainly much better off when our irrigation is working, and we believe we can get there with this budget. And just moving forward, anything to bring more people, make us more welcoming, make us more active is always going to be a priority for us. So again, appreciate what all of you do for downtown and what our city has done for downtown, and us as property owners, businesses, associations. We're going to continue to work for all of you to make sure downtown and the city stay clean and safe. So thank you.
Very good. Questions for Todd? All right. Thank you, sir.
Next after Tammy Frank is Mr. Fred Hoppy.
All right. Tammy, go ahead.
Thanks. Good evening, council members. I'm Tammy Frank, testifying on behalf of Partnership for Healthy Lincoln at 4600 Valley Road, Suite 250 in Lincoln, in support of the funding for the Double Up Food Bucks program that was previously mentioned. Partnership for Healthy Lincoln is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the health, wellness, and fitness of communities. We partner with stakeholders and community organizations on projects to reduce health disparities and work with existing private and public organizations to cooperate and share resources, increasing the reach and effectiveness of our common health goals. Much of PHL's work centers on improving nutrition and access to physical activity opportunities in the everyday lives of residents. We know health disparities exist across race and ethnicity as well as socioeconomics. Brian from the American Heart Association previously testified on the Double Up Food Program and how it benefits SNAP recipients, but also local grocers and local farmers. I did want to add the implementation and expansion of Double Up Food Bucks in Lincoln's ethnic markets aligns with many of the city's priorities on equity and the resilience of our local food system, as indicated in the city's climate action plan. PHL supports the building of a strong local food culture and feels it's important to find ways to expand access to locally grown produce, to ensure equitable and affordable access to healthy foods, and building a resilient local food system. Through our current CDC REACH grant efforts, PHL has been working with Nebraska Extension and other nonprofits to increase access to healthy foods in Lincoln. While Double Up Food Bucks has been available in a few Lincoln markets since 2017, we saw the biggest impact on the population that we serve when it expanded to Lincoln Mediterranean Market in the fall of 2021. Now that market is one of the largest Double Up Food Bucks redemption sites in the state. With this proof of need and demand for such a program, PHL was approached to again collaborate with partners and act as a fiscal agent on a USDA grant that would be specific to Lincoln, that's similar to the grant that brought Double Up Food Bucks to Lincoln in the first place. With a local match, as Brian mentioned, of $225,000 a year, we can apply for federal match that will not only double the purchasing power of fresh fruits and vegetables by those that need it, but also of note is the doubling of funds that are spent in our local economy, at our local grocers, from our local farmers. Data from Nebraska Extension shows prior to receiving Double Up Food Bucks, customers were more likely to report running out of money for food. We have 514 families that are using Double Up Food Bucks at Lincoln Mediterranean Market alone. Those families are at risk of falling back into food insecurity without continuation of the program. That's also over $100,000 worth of federal infused dollars that are no longer flowing into our local economy. PHL encourages you to consider all who benefit from Double Up Food Bucks, including food insecure residents, local grocers, and our local economy, as well as local farmers that help meet the increased demand for these fresh fruits and vegetables. Thank you for your time.
Very good. Any questions for Tammy? All right. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, who's after Fred?
Ian Eddington.
Ian, come on down. That's your side. Fred, you're up.
Hey, I'm Fred Hoppy. I live at 1600 Stony Hill Road, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm currently president of the Home Builders Association of Lincoln, And I'm here both personally and in that capacity. I'm here to support the budget and all the things in it that facilitate housing. Most particularly, the changes to building and safety, the adding people, the infrastructure spending, which is vastly needed. As a matter of fact, you could do a lot more of it if you wanted to. And affordable housing, both as to budgetizing affordable housing and also the Housing and Economic Development Coordinator that's in the budget. I pay particularly close attention to the Affordable Housing Action Plan, and I can tell you that it would be successful, a lot more successful, if it was monetized. The plan simply says that it costs more to build affordable housing than affordable housing can generate. Thus, the summary of the plan says the city's got to subsidize or help affordable housing to get it. The city has to have that plan monetized with a budget line item to make that happen. And particularly, it's not something that can be put in the budget, each project by project. There has to be money in the budget that an affordable housing coordinator or the staff can dedicate as needed. And particularly, it's occurred to me, and particularly happened to me, it has to be there, money has to be in the budget when it is called on. And you don't know about that until a project comes forward or ground becomes available or many different things. But there isn't time to wait for a 2-year budget or put money in a 2-year budget when it's called for. Somebody needs to be on staff that can see the need for affordable housing and can use a budget item. Okay. Enough said. A lot of people have said it before, but I appreciate what you're doing. We appreciate the fact that housing is a priority for this council and for this administration. And you just have to recognize it does take money and assistance in the budget for people to work for housing, and we appreciate all of that. I'd answer any questions.
Any questions for Fred? All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, who's after Ian?
That is the last person that I have signed up on the list for testimony. If there is anyone else that would wish to testify, please come up to the podium.
Ian, you might be it.
I know. For your sake, I hope so.
It's all yours.
I'm here. My name is Ian Edgington. I live at 1708 North 32nd Street, the Clinton neighborhood. I'm the president of the Clinton Neighborhood Organization, and I'm speaking today as an advocate for that neighborhood. About a year ago, as part of a joint letter between Clinton, Belmont, and the South of Salt Creek neighborhood organizations, we wrote to discuss about the building resilience against climate effects, or BRACE actions. And today I'm here to talk about why the health department should add an environmental health educator. It was part of the mayor's plan and it got taken out, and I think it should be reinstated. As has been stated much more eloquently than I can state, climate change is the next big issue that we are going to face. I mean, you just have to look at the news, and Alaska has forest fires that they've never had before. The flooding in Kentucky and Las Vegas, the Platte River running dry. These are things that we need to know, and as we move forward with this climate action plan, we can't leave anyone behind, and that is what this environmental health educator position will do, is help bring everyone up with us. The goal is for this educator to help reach out to vulnerable populations, elderly, people with health issues, people in low-income neighborhoods like Clinton, and people who don't use English as their primary language. And that last one I think is really important because when I was approached to
talk about this issue, I was kind of reminded of what happened in Omaha, where a chemical plant exploded in a predominantly Hispanic-speaking neighborhood, and they had a lot of issues getting communications to those people. They didn't have a plan in place. And like I said, we can't move forward with these climate action plans if we don't bring everyone with us. So for me, it's really a health and safety issue. In my discussion with Director Lopez, the funding is going to come from existing sources. So, there's no reallocating, and I think that that's great. So yeah, short and sweet because I'm the last one. I just really think this environmental health educator position is important. The funding is there, and I think it really sets us up to take care of some of our vulnerable populations. So that is all.
All right, very good. Any questions for Ian, who may or may not be our last speaker? See none. Thank you.
All right. If I am the last speaker, let's pile in my truck and go to the Clinton Neighborhood Organization meeting right now. Yeah, I need to get back to it. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Anyone else here tonight wishing to testify on the budget? Come on down. Sir, if you could please start with your name and address. We appreciate it.
Richard
A familiar
Howerson,
face.
6311 Imus Road here in Lincoln. And actually, I have more of a question, that they're adding police officers to the budget when they can't fill the positions they have now. And I guess I should probably go somewhere else to ask that question, but again, I can't see adding, if you can't fill a position now, what's the sense of adding a liability to the budget for the for these additional officers? And that's all I got. All right.
Good. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to testify at this time? Seeing none. Any questions that council has for directors at this point in time? Of course, council has the opportunity to have discussions later in the week, but any discussions at this point or questions for directors? Okay, very good. I would entertain a motion.
I don't know, Sonny, if you need to read the next items or not.
Nope, I read all items that are related to the budget into record.
Okay, and I'd like to move a request to delay action on items 9A through 9S, as in Sam, as well as 10A until August 22nd.
Second. I will second that.
Any discussion?
I just, for clarification, for action only, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk?
Okay. Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Like to move to adjourn?
I'll second that.
Figured I'd get a quick
Again,
one
it's
now.
moved to adjourn, second by Washington. Madam Clerk?
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
And Bowers? Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
We are adjourned.